So they're closing libraries and community centres in Wales. I am amazed. After 10 years of Conservative austerity, there are still libraries and community centres in Wales. Hey, Boris, you missed a few. They'll get them next time around. Don't you worry about that. And Surgeon Sturgeon has got, I think it's 86 new levels of concern.
Warning, warning.
Starting at 0. But 0 is a point of alarm. So what if everything is just fine? Basement level? Saturday, the weather wet and windy with gales in coastal districts, locally severe in the west.
Oh, no.
Outlook Sunday to Tuesday, sunny spells and heavy showers Sunday and Monday, heaviest and most frequent in the northwest. Northwest? Hey, that's you, Glasgow. I will check that while you wait. Forecast is not available. Please try again. Why not? I'm trying again. And again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Nothing. Well, this is odd, because normally if at first you don't succeed, just keep doing the same thing over and over, because that'll work. All right, I'll try another way. Aha! Leicester Square, no. Purley, no. Glasgow, yes! Your forecast is not available. Please try again. Raining on Saturday, raining on Sunday, raining on Monday, raining on Tuesday, raining on Wednesday. Wow. Every single day for the rest of your lives.
Correct.
Oh well. Never mind. Outbreaks of rain across all parts on Tuesday with blustery showers following. So it's going to be raining, and then it's going to be followed by showers.
Oh, fabulous.
Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast?
No.
It's, okay, so this is up to the end of the first week in November. Oh, my God. November. It's almost the first week in November. It's Christmas! It is actually Christmas. If you go out to a store, assuming that you're allowed out of the house, if it is still legal, decent, honest and true that you can go to a shop in your area, if there are any still open, then you will find that it is Christmas in there. They're so far ahead, they're not even putting the stuff out for this Christmas. The things that are on the shelf are for the following Christmas. Well, they're still selling hot cross buns. So this is up to the end of the first week in November. Unsettled conditions are expected to dominate for the rest of October. Blustery rain and showers, the occasional sunny spells, strong winds, a risk of gales at times. The wettest and windiest weather is most likely to be seen in the north and the west. Glasgow. While the best of any drier or brighter weather is likely to be found across the south and the east. A change to generally drier, more settled and perhaps milder conditions is expected for the start of November. And for the middle 2 weeks of November, the start of this period looks set to see high pressure dominate, bringing more settled weather than we have seen in recent times, particularly for the south, and any wet and windy weather most likely to affect the northwest.
Affirmative.
Glasgow. In week 3 of November, a return to unsettled autumnal weather is most likely, with showers or longer spells of rain and strong winds. Temperatures at or below average for this time of year. I think I should have stopped at the first week. Do you remember? Generally drier, more settled, and perhaps milder conditions expected for the start of November. We'll take that. Ella texts, where have you been? Well, what's it got to do with you? Never you mind, Ella. About? I went out. Where you going? Out. Rather presumptuous. Hayley emails. I went to Greenwich, actually. It was a blooming nightmare. Well, it wasn't. It was lovely, but a nightmare ensued. And it's all because of the blooming virus. But I'll talk about that later. I'll complain about that later.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Hayley emails, can you swap places with the bloke who does the Donald Trump voice on Spitting Image? I listened to it the other day and he was absolute rubbish. Yours was so much better, says Hayley. Well, you got to buy a box to watch Spitting Image, don't you? Another box. Is it a box? You have to actually get a box, or is it just permission to watch? A slip. I ain't getting no more boxes. I've got boxes up to my eyeballs. I'm not getting another box. I'm not getting another television provider either. I mean, how many different ones do you have to subscribe to before you get all the stuff? It's ridiculous. They should organise themselves so that it's just television. You don't have to do Sky, and you don't have to do Netflix, and you don't have to do whatever the other ones are. What are the other ones? Well, this spit and image box, whatever that is. No.
No, 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 no.
I won't do it. I mean, what's surprising to me is that it must have cost a lot of money, spitting image. Because those puppets don't come cheap. I know that they won't have spent any money on the script, but that's just a guess. I haven't seen the programme, but I bet they haven't. I betcha. With cream and a cherry on top. I bet they haven't spent any money on scripts, because they never do. If you look at the credits, and again, this is just a guess, I could be proven wrong quite easily by just looking at the credits, but I bet there's 100 different people who've got something to do with puppets. There's the makers of the puppets, and the painters of the puppets, and the people who've got their hands up the puppets.
Disgusting.
And all of that, and I bet there's one person who's writing the script. 2, 3 at most. Is it funny? I don't know. But my guess is no. But that is just a guess. It's not based on having seen any of it at all, because you've got to buy another bloomin' box. I bet they've got an audience of 1. It's just you, Hayley, and you're not completely satisfied. It's the easiest voice in the world. I mean, I'm not particularly good at voices, but it's just so easy. How could you screw that up? Particularly if you've got the visual image as well. I mean, if you're just hearing somebody say it, then you can pick it apart more easily. But if you've got the visual image of a puppet of Donald Trump with the hair and the orange tan and all of that, you don't even really need to sound very much like him to pull it off. Eddie emails, we should not be surprised that our world-class track and trace system is not working very well. Dido Harding, the person in charge of it, has no prior experience in public health matters. No, she's just the one that releases all those drippy albums of background music. What's she got to do with health? Oh, here's yet another Dido album.
Boring!
What's she got to do with it? Dido Harding. Rides horses as well, I hear. I bet she does at least one of those things well. I bet she does at least one thing well. We don't know what it is yet. We've yet to find out. Stan... God, these people are keen, aren't they? Stan says Wales has been in lockdown since the Romans left the shores of Britannia. That's completely untrue. What have they done to deserve this? Oh, we're protecting the nation's health, they said in Welsh. Right, because it worked so well last time? Is that the reason why you're doing it again? Keep doing the same thing over and over, because you'll obviously get a different result the second or third time you do than the first time. We did that already. It didn't work. Why are we doing it again? Nothing makes any sense to me anymore. In fact, I'll talk about this later as well. I am becoming more allied to the... I almost did that with my fingers. Wait a minute. I'll just use a squirt of, God, I'm amazed I've got any skin left with all this gel I've been putting on it. My hands are red raw. Look at that. I've got the hands of a 100-year-old. Yeah, I am becoming one of those people. See, now, wasn't it good that I squirted that stuff in my hands before I did that? I'm a good boy, I am. Yeah, I've become a tinfoil hat wearer, because the conspiracy theorists seem to me, at this point, to be the only people that have got a clue as to what's going on. Let's have a call in Hull. Charles.
Oh, hi, Nick. Yeah, it's about, just yesterday, Biden and Trump talking, you might say. Oh, by the way, I hope you're enjoying your Extra Sunday show, by the way.
I am, yes.
There you go. Yeah. Anyway, I'm wondering, Trump didn't seem to be on his natural form. I'm wondering whether he got hemmed in by his people around him, his cohorts, and they said to him that you've got to you can't do what you did last time. You can't do the attack dog thing. You know,
hemmed in. Yeah, he should be hemmed in.
If there's a concrete wall in front of you, go through it, go over it, go around it, but get to the other side of that wall.
Yeah, he should be hemmed in with bricks.
Well, I mean, do you think I swear his natural style was the last time, not yesterday.
Right. See, I didn't see it, so I've got absolutely no idea. But it doesn't prevent me from having a strong opinion.
Yeah.
Wow. That was easy.
Oh, sorry, I'm still here.
It shut him right up. It's a dream come true. Right, so what's your opinion then?
But yeah, I mean, do you think he would have preferred the last, the more attack dog approach?
He likes standing in front of a crowd of baying yeehaws, lying. And the dinglings will just cheer every single word he says. Because they're, what's the demographic?
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, he loves the poorly educated. He loves, belly aching on about the poorly educated, just whining and whining and whining.
I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
And they just cheer and cheer and cheer. And the less presidential he sounds, the more they love it.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
I can be more presidential than anybody. I mean, listen to this guy. It's how stupid are politicians?
How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen?
Exactly. Still, we may be delivered from this nightmare shortly. But I doubt it. I think America is about to become a fascist dictatorship. I think that would crown 2020. Whatever the result of the election, Donald Trump will call a state of emergency and say that for the good of the nation, he has to continue for the next, let's say, 12 years. He's going to do a rootin', tootin', shootin', Putin. And anybody who disagrees is going to get stuck behind a wall. Which, as you know, he is building.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
Anyway, was that everything, Charles?
Well, just one thing. He said, Biden said, the poor boys standing by and stuff. Mm. And I'm wondering whether that was a deliberate feint, as in FEINT feint, for Donny to say, I said proud boys. But of course he didn't say it.
No, I think it's because Joe Biden is about 163 years old. He looks like he's been wind-dried, and he does look like something that should be in the British Museum, behind glass. Like they just pulled him out of an iceberg or something. Jim Carrey is, not that I think it's a very funny show. I mean, I don't think it's ever really been particularly funny, Saturday Night Live. But Jim Carrey does an impression of Joe Biden, and it's absolutely amazing. I mean, he transforms himself into Joe Biden. It looks like he's had his face pulled tight just for the role. Amazing. Anyway, thanks a lot, Charles. 0345 6060 973. It's just, it is incredible how easy it was for some clown off the telly to take over America. The first thing he did was to take over the richest and most powerful political party in the world that has ever existed. And it was easy. He just bowled in, and they all just lay on their back for him to rub their stomachs. And then America fell next. And it was a piece of cake. The History Channel is full of people pontificating about how on earth did the good people of Germany allow this to happen. I mean, you can't imagine such a thing. Well, it's happening in front of our eyes right now. I'm not saying he's Hitler, but he's taken over a country just like Hitler did, and it was easy. He didn't even break a sweat. Well, he may have broken a sweat, a little bit. But, of course, nothing can penetrate that thick pancake that he's got applied to his face with a trowel. You look ridiculous, Donny.
Oh, shut up!
0345 6060 973. Gordon texts, Donny was saying that we should live with the virus, not fully locked down. Is he not right on that at least? Yes, but only in the way that a stopped clock is right twice a day. He's not saying it for the right reasons. He's saying that so his drooling yeehaw fans will go out and vote for him in large numbers. That's the only reason that he's saying that he's really denying the existence of this thing. It's going to disappear. It'll be like a miracle. It's not because he cares about the people. He cares about winning a second term for a couple of reasons. First, he doesn't want to be a loser one-term president because you remember Obama, don't you? Yes, that's him. He was a two-term president. He can't be a one-term president when his arch nemesis, Obama, was a two-term president. That's reason one. Reason two is he's going to jail if he's not president. I will totally pardon myself. I bet he does. I bet he does do that. If he actually gets dragged out kicking and screaming from the White House in January, I bet he does actually pardon himself. Let's have a call in Barrow-in-Furness. Eddie.
Good evening.
Yes,
How
sir.
are you?
All right.
I'm ringing regarding the track and trace statement you made about 10 minutes ago from I think somebody texted with it.
What?
It's never going to work. In our area, I work for, or rather, I represent an organisation with 84 members, all business people in the town. And I would say 20% of our members use track and trace, but they're doing it by the pen and paper type. Because you have them since 4th of July, because you don't have shade basically individual retailers.
Right. So your line dropped out for a moment there. So do you represent business people? People who are running restaurants and pubs and things like that?
Exactly, yeah. Now, they're not the big chain type, so they don't have the facility to do track and trace by app, etc.
Yeah.
So they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is pen and paper. Now, we've been jumping up and down about this issue, well, since a week after the 4th of July, because the local authority in our area are blaming the local MP. The local MP is blaming the local authority, and we're just going round in circles because nobody's even bothering to come and collect the paperwork for the track and trace. So hypothetically, this is how ridiculous it's become. This is since the beginning of July.
I didn't think that you had to have any technical setup to get the app working. I just thought you needed one of them QR codes, like the square with a lot of little squares in them.
No, the way it works is, and this is what's so annoying for a lot of our members, if you're a big chain, then they've got access to the QR code and they can send you send a text message with a special code on it. But if you're an individual retailer, like a small pub or small restaurant, etc., you have to do it the old-fashioned way, which is pen and paper.
But can't you just ask for a QR code?
But this is the problem. No, and I'll explain why. Because when you go to the local authority, they say it's not their problem. Bearing in mind, it's a Labour local authority. They say it's not their problem, go see the Conservative MP. So you go see the Conservative MP, and he says, it's not my problem, go see the Labour Party. And this is what we've been doing since the beginning of July, literally the beginning of July. Now, we've got members that are doing it as they're supposed to be, taking your name, taking your contact details, etc., on pen and paper, with nobody collecting it. Now, the point we've raised, and we're sick of raising it if I'm not honest, that's why I've come on the show tonight, if I can, is to do a shout-out to any MP that's worth his salt that's prepared to get involved in this and find out what the hell's going on, because we've given up. Because it's got to the point where our members have got files of documents with people that have signed in for every day they've been open, and not anybody's interested in collecting it. Now, I'll give you an example. Local authority a couple of days ago, and again, you'll love the response when I come to it. You go to a big national chain, I won't mention any chain name, but you go to a big national chain, you'd have a beer.
Yeah, I most certainly will not do that, particularly if it's the chain that I'm thinking of.
Right, well, we'll say an individual then goes to a chain, a national chain, and has a beer.
Yeah.
He then goes to one of the independents like we represent. Yep.
Yes.
He finds out the following day that he's got COVID while he was in the national chain.
Right.
The text message goes out to everybody because they're a national chain, he's registered, he's in that pub.
Yes.
It doesn't go out to the independent pub and everybody who's in the pub with there because they don't even know he's been in the building.
Right.
And this is how ridiculous it is. Now, we're a level 2. We're possibly going to go into a level 3 over this.
Right, what's level 2 mean? You've got to close by 10 o'clock and you must sit down while you're eating a meal, and you must wear a mask when you go to the toilet, and don't touch anything.
No, mixing with households, etc., etc.
Don't kiss strangers, that kind of thing.
Exactly. You basically don't sit, if your next door neighbour's in the pub, don't go sit at their table, even though it's next door neighbour, that type of thing. And what is really annoying us, to be blunt, is we're doing everything right as you should do.
Yes.
And the local authority are blaming everybody else but them.
Right.
And, the buck stops with them.
Well, I expect that it's actually Jeremy Corbyn's fault, isn't it?
No, it's not, and I'll explain why. I'll explain.
I don't think you need to explain why it's. I don't think you need to explain why it's not Jeremy Corbyn's fault.
At the end of the day, we have a Conservative MP and we have a Labour council and a Labour county council. Okay, and at the end of the day, whether you are Labour,
stop saying at the end of the day,
whoever you are, this is a national crisis.
Oh, I don't know. Is it? What makes you think that?
Well, my wife works on the front line and people are dying. I'd say that was a national crisis.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
And we are banging our head against the wall because nobody locally to us, anyway, is taking it seriously.
Okay, now when customers, all right, when customers, what can you do? I don't know. You can, yell at me for 5 minutes if you like. When customers come to your door, are they? Do they enjoy giving you their details, or are you getting the people who've got the right hump?
No, a lot of the people at company, obviously, I represent quite a few different companies and whatnot, and I speak on their behalf to local authority, and a lot of them are quite happy to give the details over.
Really? Because it's giving me the right hump.
Oh, yeah. Well, what you've got to remember is a lot of the venues that I represent are small establishments, not the big chains, and they have a regular clientele that go in there that are known to them. So they have no problem giving the details over.
Okay, then.
And as I say, you get the odd idiot, but you get that with everything.
Yeah. That's me, that is. I'm one of those idiots. I just got to the point that I don't think I can stand it anymore. And I had a small meltdown this week, and I'll come to that in a minute. Ian, mate, I've got to go, but all the best. Sounds like you're going to need it. Feege says, your previous caller is talking rubbish. Restaurants can easily print out a QR code from the government website for the Track and Trace app if they are serious about contributing to the scheme. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I see those things everywhere. Every time I go into it, have you got the app? The NHS app? It's not an NHS app. Is the NHS running that app?
No.
I think it's Serco, isn't it? They gave 86 trillion pounds to Serco. This entire area is going to have to get wiped down now. Just had a small cough. We're going to have to boil this whole studio. They gave 82 trillion pounds to Serco, and the system doesn't work. Who could have predicted that? Gene texts, while Tory MPs get pay rises, kids go hungry. What will it take to rid us of this cruel bunch? Well, I don't know. How about an election where people vote in their own interests? What a concept. Sheffield, hello, Jessica.
Yeah, hi there, Nick.
Jessica.
I mean, honestly, just listening to your ranting.
What? Ranting? What, like a mad person?
No, orating to the nation.
Orating?
Yeah, that's the one. Honestly, the track and trace, what you're mentioning there, and also that guy, at the end of the day guy.
The end of the day guy,
before the news, the track and trace, it's just.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, it's dark.
Yeah, I mean, you try and support it because you want it to work because it's going to get better for all of us if it does.
But it isn't. It's not actually getting better. It's getting worse. If you can believe such a thing.
I think that I personally could probably accept that they've been really challenged to come up with an entirely new technology and system.
Please, everybody else has done it.
No, hold on a second. And I kind of feel for them on that.
Who?
They've messed up.
Feel for who?
Well, the government.
Oh, get lost, Jessica.
No, I'm gonna sort of, caveat it by saying, obviously, they've made a complete
hash of it.
Yes, and everybody knows that now, so nobody trusts it because, I mean, especially now, if you're going to sort of, you're Mickey Mouse from Disneyland, aren't you? If you need to be.
Well, that's offensive to Disneyland.
Yeah, well, obviously other theme parks
are available, yeah.
Alton Towers Andy or something, I don't know.
Yes.
But whatever I'm saying is that, if you've got to stay off work for 2 weeks and they're only going to give you 500 quid, it sounds a lot. In the scheme of the trillions, it's nothing. But you're not going to play the game. And I think the track and trace is so Trevor and Tracy. That's my biggest problem. It's so common and normal with respect to Trevors and Tracy's.
Yeah, what's Trevor and Tracy got to do with it?
Well, what I'm saying is that,
Are you saying that people called Tracy are common?
No, I'm saying they're normal.
I happen to know 2 Tracies, and neither of them are in any way normal.
I know a Tracy, and she's pretty normal person.
Yeah.
And that's when you call something track and trace, and you say it's going to be extraordinary and world-beating, and it turns out to not work.
Not be,
you're using,
like everything else he touches, yes.
Yeah, you're using Excel, that's when you've got to start saying, come on, how much more do you expect us to take without us actually saying to you, do you not realise that we all think you're taking the...
Yeah, I don't think they... everything that I see makes me feel more and more that they wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to really narc them off? What can we do to really rub their fur up the wrong way and see what they'll do? And they just... They set about irritating us on a daily basis just to see how much they can get away with. Like it's a game. It's either that or they're so utterly inept and unable to do their jobs that they should be marched out of their respective buildings. They're either trolling us or they're incompetent on a scale that has never been witnessed before.
Well, I think that I don't think they're trolling us. I wish they were, because at least then you could go, ooh, then let's turn off Twitter. But what they're actually doing is they don't know what they're doing, and that's the biggest problem. And so what we do is we see Boris show up. I think he's shown up about 3 times this week. He'll be exhausted. And saying, oh, well, I'll put on my bumbling act, I'll put on my kind of, Shakespearean, Sherlock. And, yeah, exactly. And then we've got the Chancellor, who I think he seems all right.
I mean, Polly, he's just the guy who's handing out the money, that's all.
Yeah, he was 38 days into the job before this hit, so we've got to be a little bit sympathetic to youngsters. And, he's doing his best, he's all over the place.
Are you calling the Chancellor a youngster?
Well, compared to Boris... compared to sort of, some of the people that you're hearing commenting on things, Heseltine, he's quite a youngster, and it's hard for him, and he's trying to do his best, and at least he seems to be.
He's not a school child. They just plucked out of the schoolyard.
No.
He's an ex-banker.
No, I accept that he's hugely rich, and none of it matters to him. But he's taken the job on, and at least when you're watching the press conferences, if that Jean Van Damme shows up, I'm always encouraged.
Right. Well, if Jean-Claude Van Damme shows up, I'll be more encouraged. He could engage in some whoop ass, as they say in America. All right. Thanks a lot, Jessica. Jean-Claude Van Damme, wouldn't that be great if he just showed up and started belting people? Only the ones that deserve it. Jean texts, when Tory MP... No, I read that. Gordon texts, Donny was saying we should live with the virus. I've read that too. Oh, my God, I'm way ahead of... I've no idea where I'm going, but I'm way ahead of schedule. 0345 6060 973. Let's have... who's been waiting the longest? We're totally fair about this. Kingston upon Thames. Hello, David.
Yeah, hi there, Nick.
David.
Well, our government seems to be making a policy based on a death rate which... isn't exceptional, and at least in part was avoidable, and and quite possibly, the majority of deaths were avoidable. And it's not just our government; even the opposition are proposing policy based on this, and it's completely illogical.
They've got the blinkers on, and they can only think of doing one thing, and it's the thing that didn't work last time. It's insane what we're doing.
Yeah, but I know that the doctors have been advised now not to use ventilators. I understand that it wasn't.
Why is that?
Yeah, well, because because it often does more harm than good.
Well, perhaps, yeah. But if you can't actually suck in oxygen, then maybe you should be intubed.
No, what they're saying was that many of the people were being put onto ventilators when they could breathe independently, but because their oxygen levels were so low, I'm not saying it was intentional, but because their oxygen levels were so low, they were being put onto ventilators, and once they were being put onto ventilators...
Right, okay, well, let's not get into the nitty-gritty of medical procedures, because that's for doctors. What we're talking about here is the overall game that the politicians are playing, how they are addressing this issue. It's not so much the medical ins and outs of it, it's the political that's the problem.
Well, I disagree, because all of the policy is being made on the actual death rate, isn't it?
No, it's not. This we're only following the science nonsense is just that. It's rubbish. Of course they're not just following the science. There's no such thing as the science.
Well, why do they keep telling us about the death rate and how many people are dying and how dangerous it is?
To frighten us to death.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the point, isn't it? If many of these deaths were avoidable because they unintentionally, didn't treat the disease properly, and now they're treating it in a different way.
No, it's got nothing to do with the doctors. The doctors they're probably the only professionals that are actually coming out of this with any credit.
No, I'm not blaming the doctors. What I'm blaming is the politicians for sticking to these death rates and saying this is the reason we have to do that because it's this deadly, whereas really the death rate should be revised, shouldn't they? Because at the moment, now the doctors are treating COVID patients differently, not so many people are dying. I mean, in August, the death rate in the UK was the lowest that it's been for 20 years.
Right, but maybe, but that could be down to all sorts of different reasons, one of which, and I know it's not a happy thought, but all of the people that were most at risk of dying from this have done that already.
Well, yeah, absolutely, because a lot of the vulnerable people absolutely, they died during that time. But like I said, that death rate wasn't exceptional. And if it's the case that they're treating the disease differently, and it's not as deadly as we were first told that it was, then these measures just simply aren't necessary, are they? I mean, in August, it was the 24th cause of death. So it's not the main cause of death at the moment.
Yeah, it's not just unnecessary. It's obviously quite clearly nuts, because it didn't work last time. Why continue to do the same thing that didn't work last time? If anything, all locking us all in is going to do is just delay the inevitable.
Yeah, and it's damaging because if you look at the top, causes of death, like dementia, for example, heart disease, it's going to push these deaths up. It's not going to bring them down, and stopping people from going to the hospital to visit their loved ones, to watch their children being born, is to ruin the economy. The economy, to put the whole country into
watch
poverty.
Watch their children being born. Who wants to watch that? Ew.
And you're the only person, Nick, that I've heard on LBC that is actually saying this. I thought it was part of your contract, maybe, to actually be pro-lockdown. So fair play to you.
Right. Okay. Well, then, please, if I'm the only one, if I'm an outlier, please disregard everything I have said on the matter. All texts. You can watch individual spitting image sketches from the new series on their YouTube channel for free. YouTube. But you're not missing much, he says. Yeah. Well, okay, then I won't. Eve texts, we need to liberate whales. What, the mammal? What's Shamu got to do with it? Here's a call in poshest Chelsea.
Oh, hello.
Peter.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not me. I think secretly you want Trump to win the election because you'll have nothing else to talk about if he loses.
He's not going to go away.
No, but it won't be the same if he's not president. He can't be the target. When Barack Obama was president, the satirical shows in America went dead.
Well, he wasn't very funny.
No, but they couldn't attack him. They loved to attack Trump.
Yeah, but he wasn't very funny. He didn't do anything crazy.
Yeah, but people have always attacked their president and prime ministers, but they didn't attack Barack Obama. And
well,
just like
yeah, but what joke could you make about Barack Obama, apart from he's got a weird name?
Well, you could attack his policies.
Like what?
Well, he killed a lot of people under his presidency. Now I don't know that much about it, but so I'm told under his presidency, America killed a lot of people.
Yeah,
but they
always
left him alone.
Always do. That's America. That is.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But what I'm saying is, if you take Boris and Donald Trump away, people haven't really got. I mean, Joe Biden and Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
Who could be bothered to attack them? There's no lasting.
It'll be pretty boring. Yeah, exactly.
It'll be dead boring. And I've got, you're going to have to find someone else if Trump loses to have a go at.
There's going to be so much to talk about. Don't worry about that, because we've still got, the sunny uplands of Brexit to look forward to. I'm sure that everything is going to go fantastically well because, we've got this government to organise that massively complex system and change in our lives. So what could possibly go wrong?
Oh, I'm sure things always do go wrong in life. That's the whole thing. Every day things go wrong. But the modern people seem to think it's all the fault of someone, whereas people years ago accepted very bad things happen in life.
Rubbish.
Like, tornadoes. Well, they did. They accepted plagues.
Well, nobody's blaming Donald Trump for tornadoes, although climate change,
well, they're kind of blaming
he is the enemy of climate change.
Yeah, but they're saying, so many people would have lived if he'd have... The same over here. I'm sure they're doing it in other countries about their presidents or their prime ministers. They want to blame a person for a natural event.
But it's not a natural event if it's caused by that person's policies, as in climate change.
No, we're talking about the pandemic.
Oh, the pandemic. Oh, my God.
Pandemic, sorry, right. That was a Freudian slip. The pandemic.
Then. I'll let you get away with that then. I'll let you get away with that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy.
Right. Well, nobody's blaming Donald Trump for the virus any more than they're blaming Boris Johnson for the virus, but we are blaming them for their reactions to the virus.
But everyone's reactions would have probably been very similar.
No, they aren't.
That's the truth of the matter. I don't believe it.
That's nonsense. Of course not. I mean, look at Germany, look at South Korea, look at Sweden. I keep saying it over and over again. Look at Sweden. Okay, they've had deaths. Yes, we know that. Death is not only just been invented, but the good people of Sweden have sailed through this on a perfumed cloud. Normal their life is. Anyway, Peter, in a nutshell...
Stop whining.
Stop picking on us, I think was the message. Steve says, can someone check that Wales hasn't forgotten to put the bins out and cancel the papers? Yeah, it's Friday night, Wales. Put the bins out. Let's have a call in Hammersmith. Mario.
Hello?
Yes, Mario.
Hi, Nick.
Mario.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, get on with it.
Yes. Well, Nick, I can't believe it. It's like we're living a nightmare, isn't it? Yeah. Quite simply. Mm-hmm. I can't believe that all of this is happening. Like you rightly said, they already tried that. How come we're doing it again, and how people are willing to accept such draconian measures for a virus, which, according to the NHS website itself, in England area, I haven't looked for a while, but I don't think it's gone up that much. It's the mortality rate is 0.0024%.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Right. And globally, we're talking about 0.01%. out of nearly 8 billion of us.
Yeah.
I mean, so, and the other thing is, the thing that they're playing on is the deaths. The COVID deaths, which on the government website, it comes up as any cause, and they say it on the BBC as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
Any cause if you've had a positive test in the last 28 days, yeah.
Exactly.
So if you get run over by a bus, it's COVID what did it.
Exactly. So that means absolutely nothing. So the deaths are completely inflated, completely. Okay, they're pushing people to wear masks, which not only are they useless, but on top of that, people are
not useless exactly.
Well, no,
it depends what you mean. It depends what you mean by they're being of use. They don't protect you from anything, but they protect other people from you. It's like one hand washes the other.
The virus, Nick, the virus is a microscopic.
Yeah. I know all that. But if you go coughing and sneezing and splurting all over the place, then you will do. If you do it in a mask, then less of it will get out. That's just true.
Okay, but you self-contaminate.
I hate masks, by the way. I keep forgetting
Absolutely.
them. I leave them in the car, and I arrive at where I'm going to go, and then I think, oh, damn it, I've done it again.
Yeah,
I've got to go back to the blooming car again.
And luckily, I'm exempt. But the thing is, with the masks, is the amount of people pulling them out of pockets, on the back seats, in the bags, touching the inside of the mask, touching the outside, then contaminating your hands, and then pum on your face.
Yes.
Really? I mean, the masks were designed to be worn in clinical setting and applied following sterile procedures.
Yeah, that's to protect you. This is not why we're wearing them. We're not wearing them to protect ourselves. We're wearing them to protect other people.
Okay, we're protecting others, but we are making ourselves sick.
Well, perhaps.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. And if you're breaking if you're actually contaminating the mask, you're actually more likely to get contaminated from the famous coronavirus, of which we carry 15 in our body. 4 of them are actually responsible for the common cold, and then we base all of this.
Yeah, you're not going to catch it off yourself. I said that quite confidently. No. Did it seem as though I knew what I was talking about?
No.
You're not going to catch it off yourself. But anyway, I agree with you, apart from the points in which I don't agree. And I hope that's as clear as anything else that's happened this year so far. Yeah, keeping on, Mario, and...
Stop whining!
Yes, try to stop whining. There's only one giant, fabulous whiner on this show, and that's me. I'll be whining just after the news about all sorts of things. Don't you worry about that. Stu emails, could you please tell my nan that I put a Frey Bentos in and it'll be ready by 23:15 when she gets in. My mobile's run out of battery and I know that she's listening. A Frey Bentos. Tim texts, that's 23:15. That is 11:15, Nan. Get a lick on. Tim texts, I'm a lockdown Welshman, I'm self-employed. I'm a lockdown Welshman, I'm self-employed. Can't work, haven't received any furlough or government support, and guess what, Nick? I've got a tax bill to pay in January. Yes. Well, Rishi Mealadil is doling out the money again. Not to everybody, of course, just to the close personal friends of the Conservative Party. They come first, of course, naturally, as you'd expect. Everybody else has got the bowl out, asking for some. Please, sir, can I have some more? And comes the answer.
No.
Yeah, well, maybe. If you pass the following stipulations, and you don't mind a bit of punishment. Oops, wrong one. There you go. That's the kind of punishment they like. They love a bit of it. Stu's nan, you've only got, 12 minutes before the pie's ready. I'm just saying. Don't be late. Let's before I start complaining, let's take a call in Monmouth. Hello, Mel.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Mel.
Can you hear me on speaker?
You're on speakerphone?
Yes, I am.
Take us off speakerphone.
Oh, hang on 1 second.
Yeah, sure. Take all the time you need. It's a live show.
I got so bored, I was always going to turn it off. Right, okay.
You were bored?
Okay. Hello?
You were bored?
No, I was bored because it's quite late, and I was thinking I was just going to go to sleep and just not forget about talking to you, but...
Right,
anyway,
well, aren't I lucky you hung on?
Right, so I live in Monmouth.
Yes.
Do you know where that is?
Of course.
We are on the border with England and Wales.
No, I don't think so.
What?
Check a map. Just look it up.
What? Sorry? Monmouth is on the border with England and Wales.
No, I don't think so. But better luck next time, Mel.
I live here.
Do you even... You've got no idea where you live. Gosh, that's alarming.
No, sorry. What map are you looking at?
A map of England and Wales.
Okay, so where's Monmouth?
It's nowhere near where you said it was. Anyway, let's not quibble about detail, Mel. What is it?
Well, basically, I can walk in and out of England on a daily basis.
God, that must take you ages. It's miles.
Nick, get your map right.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
Well, we are on the border.
Right. Well, it must be a delight for you.
Okay, Monmouth. Monmouth.
Monmouth, yes.
Okay, so look at it on the map.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
So, can you see now that we're on the border?
Yeah, nowhere near. You don't even know where you live.
Right, okay. I'm just going to ignore that. So, anyway, I'm very annoyed because my gym has closed today.
Yeah, really?
Stop whining.
Go on.
Because we are in Monmouth, which is like 2 minutes away from England.
Yeah, miles away. It's like virtually the other side of the country. I'm annoying you.
Yes, you are. So, anyway, so what's the point of having this like Welsh thing?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I can't remember his name. Anyway, he's doing this whole lockdown here, and I just think, what's the point? Yeah. We're gonna have
Yeah. Say like again. I double dare you. Say like one more time. I double dare you. Say it.
No, I won't. I'll say we'll have machine gun turrets on the border.
Yeah.
I can look up the road and it says "Welcome to England" or Wales, the other way around, whichever way you're driving. So that's how close we are, and the whole thing is pointless.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks for passing that on. I certainly am glad you hung on there for half an hour to say that. Excellent work there, Mel. Keep on keeping on. As soon as you figure out where you're living, you let me know straight away. All right. 0345 6060 973. Hey, Stu's Nan, that pie is going to be ready in 8 minutes. I hope you're near. Josh texts, Biden has been making gaffes all of his political life, and this is not capitalised upon. If Donny had done just 5 minutes of homework, he could have used this to deliver body blows, but he's so dumb he thinks he can just bluster through with the same old guff he uses on his fans. Yeah. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, when Donald Trump tells us what a smart person he is, he's not kidding.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He believes it.
Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Okay.
And gaffes don't really add up to the kind of organised evil that Donald Trump has managed to insert into the running of that country. I mean, taking children away from their families, deporting the adults, and then just sending their children, around America without bothering to find out where the adults went. So there's still about 500 odd children in America that America deported their parents, and the kids are just... They don't know where their parents are. They just deported them to South America somewhere. And in order to get a cheer from his yeehaw fans. That's why Donny did it, because he thought it might get an applause line. It's a disgrace.
And it's a disgrace. It's frankly a real disgrace. It's a disgrace.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Joe Biden has gaffes. Yeah. It's who to choose between. Gosh, it's so difficult. 0345 6060 973. I certainly do hope that last caller rings again. Plymouth. Hello, Mark.
Oh, hi, Nick. Hi. Yeah, I was just thinking today about what you said a couple of weeks ago about the contracts that were given to private companies regarding the COVID outbreak. And the government's rationale behind not going to tender but just awarding people contracts would be they had to act quickly. And
yes,
that's what they would say, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
But there was one contract that, without naming the company obviously, there was one contract that was given to a company that set itself up 45 days before it got the contract.
I think there was more than one like that.
More than one, yeah. So I was wondering, if you were, and this particular company were in wealth management, pensions and investments.
Yeah, well, aren't they all?
And I thought, if you break it down like that, I'm not suggesting this directly, obviously, as I don't know, but if you're a company in wealth management and 45 days before you're awarded a contract, you thought, I know, we'll set a company up so we can get some work regarding COVID. It just seems very odd that they then went and got it.
Yeah, won £100 million contract to produce something that they had absolutely no experience of doing. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't the government give them that money?
Well, it stinks to me that the deals were already done way before. You know, if you said if you apply, well, you'll be on our list. I just can't see any other way around it, because imagine you and I were in charge of or fairly high up in a wealth management company, and I sat down to you in the boardroom and said, let's set a company up because there's going to be some massive contracts, and I think we've got a chance of getting them. Unless we were connected in some way, you'd laugh me out the room.
This has to be the most ideal opportunity outside of a world war to spray public money around your close personal friends. There can't be better cover than this outside of a world war.
No. Yeah, and it's the amount of money. It's
absolutely
humongous,
staggering. It's beyond belief what's happening. It's like they left the bank vaults open, and the entire government just went in there and filled up every receptacle they could get their hands on.
And it's like one of the other presenters in LBC, I forget which person said it now, but they said about the army that aren't being utilised, and they've got a huge bank of personnel. They've got all the reservists, tens of thousands, and they could have done an awful lot of work in helping out with this, and I don't think they're being utilised in the same way. They did the Nightingale hospitals, but they've not been utilised in logistics in terms of the testing or anything.
Well, you would think that would be a job for the NHS, because the H stands for health. It's what they do for a living, but no, let's give it to another one of the favoured companies that just keep cropping up over and over and over again, despite the fact that on the one hand, the government will be suing them because they screwed up the last contract, and on the other hand, they'll be giving them another contract worth £100 million. It's incredible what's happening.
Will there be any transparency in how much their net profits were after this is all hopefully sorted itself out?
We know. They've already posted boffo results. They can't believe how much money they're making. I bet they wake up laughing. Mark, I'm going to have to go, but keep your eyes peeled at all times. Right. Oh, I'll have to wait till after the break, because I'm going to go off on one for a bit. So let me take another call, because some of these people have been waiting an absolute dog's age. Let's have Selzy. Hello, Maxine.
I am loud.
Oh my God, you're loud.
Oh, I know. Now, I've got a comment. First of all, I've got a comment on the Frey Bentos pie.
Yes.
Right, I like the steak and kidney one.
Kidneys?
45 minutes.
Oh.
Steak and kidney. 45 minutes in the oven.
Not kidneys, no.
No. It takes an hour and a half to get the lid open. All right? You know what I mean? You know, you get the tin opener. You're there for an hour and a half. It takes 45 minutes to cook it. Anyway, I've got to tell you, me pigeons.
Yes.
They come back. The babies.
Right, do they look like that anymore?
No, they don't look like the little squabs that you see on the internet. They don't look like that, but they
honestly, people,
warning!
Do not look up baby pigeons on the internet. You will have never seen anything so ugly in your lives.
No, because you know what? Your listeners like to hear about my pigeons.
Well, there's no evidence.
They come back.
There's no evidence to suggest that that's true.
But you've seen them on the internet, but they come back.
Absolutely hideous.
No, they're not horrible.
Awful.
No, they're not.
They are the ugliest things I've ever seen.
No, they're not.
They are.
No, they're not. Well, they could go in a Frey Bentos pie.
Yes.
But there you go. No, they can't. No, I'm not saying that. Now,
well, pigeons are a perfectly acceptable thing to stick in a pie, aren't they? I mean, I don't think Frey Bent is part of their. I don't think it's part of their offerings.
Anyway.
Yeah.
What I want to say, I'm getting very confused because a lot of your callers, they're very intellectual people, aren't they?
My callers?
Yeah, the people that are phoning into you, they're very intellectual.
Are they?
Well,
compared to what?
Compared to me, they are.
Okay. All right.
Right, now, here's where I'm getting very confused. Look, all these tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, I'm in flaming tiers, even...
Well, exactly.
Worrying about it.
Precisely.
Now, can a tier 1 go into a tier 2? I don't know. You don't know.
What's utterly weird is we Sudgeon Sturgeon started with 0. You know, like you go into an office block and 0 is the ground floor and 1 is the first floor. That sort of makes sense. Unless you're in America where 1 is the ground floor, which doesn't really make sense, although I suppose it kind of does.
But I don't know where I'm going.
No, you're going down...
I don't know whether I'm in 1, 2 or 3.
No, you're going down to the car park level in the basement.
So, can a tier 1, right, where we got to keep our space, wear our mask, I hate wearing them things, I flaming hate wearing them.
Yeah, me too.
But I'll wear them anyway.
Yeah, me too.
Keep your space, everything. Now...
Don't stick your fingers in your face.
Yeah, you know, and put your fingers in your ear holes. Right, now, can a tier 1 go into a tier 2?
I don't know, but it sounds like wedding cakes, doesn't it? I mean, what are they talking about? How many tiers are there? 5. 5?
No, that's in Scotland,
That's
isn't
what I'm talking about.
I'm getting very confused now. I don't know where I am, my love.
You're in Selsey, Maxine. On the border of Wales. Look at it on a map.
No. So where are you?
I'm here. Where are you?
Yeah, I know you're there, my love. Are you in tier 1, 2 or 3?
I've no idea. 1, 2.
Well, if you don't know, we ain't got a clue.
No, exactly.
On you, my love.
Just make sure you don't stick your fingers in anybody's face. And always wear a mask, Maxine. You'd look fantastic in a massive mask. Do you mind if I say that?
I don't want a massive mask. No, I only want a little one, my darling. Now,
put a hoodie on. Put a hoodie on, back to front.
You can't go into a shop with a hoodie on.
No, if you wear it back to front, you can.
Nah, because I'll tell you what, it's very difficult.
You're not listening. You're not listening to me, are you? Put a hoodie on, back to front.
Then you won't see where you're going.
Yes, but then nobody will... Never mind. Anyway, Maxine, I've got to go, but I'm pleased about your pigeons. Ugliest things you've ever seen in your life. Baby pigeons. No wonder nobody's ever seen a baby pigeon before, because you drop dead on sight. Pigeons, even pigeons are embarrassed. They hide them from us. That is a face that even a mother pigeon couldn't love. They are hideous and actually quite alarming. You see what a baby pigeon actually looks like, and you think, God, looks like some sort of alien. It's the ugliest things you've ever seen. Don't look at it on the internet. Stuart says, that Maxine is really Nan off the Catherine Tate show. You are being trolled. No, I'm not being trolled. It is an actual real person, and I don't know what Nan off the Catherine Tate show is. Tim emails, I think Andy Burnham lost. He lost and he needs to get over it. Right. And Abby texts, following the vote on feeding hungry kids, our PM should be ashamed. What a disgrace, says Abby. Yeah, what the Conservative Party prioritises corporations over the poor. What a completely astonishing development. Who could have predicted that? Apart from anybody that knows anything about the Conservative Party. We just want Brexit. Tufnell Park. Hello, Kate.
Hello.
Hello.
I was just thinking of when you said about the wedding cake, the tiers. That's exactly what I was thinking. I wonder who's going to come up with 6.
6, yes.
Scotland want to be the highest at the moment.
Yeah, 5, right.
Who's going to be 6?
Well, we're not going to be outdone by Scotland. I bet Boris is thinking that. It's going to be 7, 8 or 9. And they'll all be completely clear. As clear as anything else has been.
And the contracts they keep giving out.
Yeah.
I keep thinking, I wonder what happened to Carillion. Do you remember that?
Oh.
I mean, that went underneath. I mean, anyway. And also, I want to say thank you for saying that at the end of the day, because that's been driving me nuts. Nick Ferrari, somebody was saying a while ago now, so now it's got under my skin. Nick Ferrari, somebody said it's him one morning, and under his breath he went, night.
Yeah.
And I thought,
yes.
You'll never hear me say that. Once he said that, I thought, you'll never hear me say that again. So now everybody says it now.
People have got into very bad habits. They say like a lot too. I had to upbraid somebody on this show already for saying like a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, my main thing was for calling was...
Yeah, you know what really gets my goat is people who start the sentence with anyway.
Oh, sorry. and I suppose that will upset you too. I completely lost it on Monday. I mean, I don't see anybody because I live alone, so I don't see anyone until I go out.
Right.
I don't speak to anybody.
No.
So I thought I must go to the hairdressers and pick up my very special shampoo.
Yes.
So off I went.
What's special about it, by the way?
Oh, it's just by somebody, a salon that's...
Oh, a
their
salon.
own brand.
Oh, I can only dream of having a salon product.
But I've used it for a long time, but I won't probably be using it again because when I went in on Monday... Now, when you go into the salon, the door is just off the pavement.
Right.
And you take one stride in the door and you're at the receptionist who's now in a bubble.
Yes.
Who's in a cubicle. And the products were to the right of her. So I did one step from the door to get the product. Right? She said to me, can you have your temperature taken? And I went, what?
Yeah.
I'm only buying the product.
Yes.
So
Can
she
you
said,
give me your name, your address, the last 86 people that you conversed with? We want your email address and your phone number.
And so I bought the product
Did
with
you?
my card, right?
Right.
So I got all that.
How much was it for shampoo?
16 quid. And it lasts me a long time, so I
Okay,
look
then.
at it that way. So then she slipped this little piece of paper underneath the cubicle and said, can you put your name and address here for track and trace?
Oh, my God.
And I went, what? I said, I've only come in to buy a shampoo.
Yeah, I had a worse meltdown than that.
Oh, my God. I went in and out of that door. I went in and out of the door because I left the shampoo in there that I paid for. Then I left the receipt in there, so I was going in and out.
Wow, you have lost your mind, Kate.
I know.
You spent 16 quid on shampoo and you left it there?
No, I went back in.
Right.
And I said, I've left my shampoo. So she handed it to me. And then I went back
You
out.
should have asked her for her details. Yeah.
So I went in and I got the receipt.
What do you need a receipt for? What, in case it doesn't work?
No, because it's, in case anything goes wrong with your statement.
Are you one of these people that actually checks the receipt and matches it against their bank statement?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Terrible, isn't it?
Well, that's what you're supposed to do, but nobody ever does that.
Oh, well, but the thing is, I completely lost it. So when I left there, I was fuming. It was only 11 o'clock in the morning.
I had a similar experience. Maybe it was just Mondays, because I had a similar experience on Monday myself, but it was worse than that. Much, much worse. And I'll come to that in a while. Yeah, Kate, I've got to go, but thanks a lot. 0345 6060 973. Frank emails, my nephew has just flown in from COVID-ridden France today. Guess what? No temperature check and no form filling. What's going on? You mean, right, so you mean at our airport, they're still just letting people in willy-nilly? Amazing. I mean, can they do anything right? How long does that take? I know we're not comparable, but New Zealand managed to shut its entire border and not let anybody in. There's, what is it, like 20 million people come and go ordinarily in a year? Something like that. Are we checking any of them?
No.
Apparently not. Still. Julie says, my son had a COVID-19 test on Monday the 12th of October and finally got his result yesterday. The other 3 members of my family still haven't received their results. Such a great system. Not, says Julie. Yeah, it's and that system is actually getting worse. Have you got the NHS app? It's not an NHS app. It's a Serco app, isn't it? What's it got to do with the NHS? They call it the NHS app in order that you'll trust it. I'm amazed that when you download it onto your phone, it doesn't blow it up. 034, yeah, I had a little meltdown. Ordinarily, I'm placid and calm at all times. I'm not prone to flying off the handle, but I flew off the handle just a little bit on Monday and again yesterday. It's becoming a theme with me. I've got to relax, man.
Groovy.
Yeah, just turn off your mind, relax, and float downstream.
Yowza.
I love the confidence of the callers that have not been affected by the coronavirus. More than 1 million dead, and they have no idea. Yet that is true, Terry. 1.14 million dead from the coronavirus and counting. On the other hand, 3 million people die every year from alcohol, and 7.1 million people die every year from cigarettes, and we don't do anything about that at all. We don't close down, we don't lock down, we don't shut bars, we don't shut restaurants. You can buy cigarettes where you buy comics and sweets. We do absolutely nothing about it at all, and between them, they kill 10 million people a year. But by all means, let's concentrate on the 1.14 million and leave the 10 million people to just, suffer the consequences. Because that's okay. It's fine. We don't mind. Like coronavirus deaths mean more than any other kind of death. It's still death. It's relatively final. I keep meaning to get onto my thing, but these people that keep calling me. How do they get my number? Brentwood. Hello, Catherine.
Oh, hello. Thank you for choosing me. Well, you chose me off the board.
I did so. Yes, exactly
yes.
Right. Yeah.
And actually, I'm not in Brentwood. I'm in Monmouth eating a Frey Bentos pigeon pie. No, I'm not really. I am in Brent. That woman that rang up from Monteith, she should have rung up on Sunday when you're more serious, because she didn't get it. She just did not get it.
Well, she was very upset.
Yes, she was. She was actually genuinely upset, and she was very upset about her gym closing. Oh, dear me. Her gym is closing and there's children going hungry. Well, that's what I wanted to ring you up about. Sweden, because you'll like this. Yeah. You probably already know it.
Go on.
In 1997, the Swedish government decided that all children, all school children, regardless of their parents' income, it was their birthright to have free meals. All children,
really?
even if their parents were millionaires,
right?
So all children at school had free meals. And when this was on the radio the other night, and when some of the Swedish children were told that the British children had to pay for their meal, a lot of them had to pay for their meals, so they were absolutely aghast at that. They just couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's Sweden.
Well, I'm not remotely surprised. This is one of the reasons that the Swedes are happier people than we are. We have a policy of whoever wins, or let me back up. We're going the same way as America. We're going away from Sweden because that's socialism, and people have been trained to be suspicious of socialism. They say winner takes all. That's the policy that we ascribe to. It's the American way. Winner takes all.
Yeah, I know.
And that is a policy which has been put in place by those who have already won.
Yes, that's right. Just one thing I wanted to say to you is a few weeks ago I rang up and you said a shout out to my friend, my dear, wonderful friend Colin, who's quite ill and he has to have dialysis.
Yeah.
And what keeps him going is your podcast.
Oh.
And especially when I talk to you, he thinks it's Christmas. And especially when I mention him, he's such a wonderful guy. And he got me onto you to start with.
Right.
And but have you got time for me to just tell you one thing?
What's his name
Another
first?
thing?
What's his name first off?
His name is Colin.
Colin. All the
Yes.
best.
Thank you so much. Now, I don't. You'll probably start using your squirty noises and things when I tell you this. But I was sitting watching television this afternoon, and a bit of sunshine came out. So I pulled the curtains so I could watch the television, and there was a shaft of light where I hadn't pulled the curtains.
Yeah.
And it shone in front of me, right in front of me, right on me, right in front of me, and you could see dust particles.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I had my glasses on, and I sneezed.
Uh-oh.
And you would not believe, because I had quite strong glasses on, little tiny minute pinpricks of bubbles. No, squirt. No, honestly, but I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So
Aerosols.
I made a funny noise. I sort of smacked my lips and went plah plah like that,
Yeah.
and they came out again.
Awful.
And I would have thought, it was no more than about a foot.
Yeah.
So what are they saying that when people
big droplets, they just they are subject to gravity. Well, it all is subject to gravity, but they hit the ground quite easily. But it's the aerosol that the tiny little droplets you can barely see. That's the problem. The world is full of aerosols.
Yeah. So can I just tell you about Ken? You know Ken, the Scottish Jesus guy? He rang up Tom Swarbrick the other night, not last night, the night before, I think it was, and spoke to, and so Tom got two of them together to speak.
Tom,
and he went,
have you accepted Jesus into your life?
Yeah, but he went on and on to this girl, and because they were talking about what the Pope said. You know what the Pope said, about the gay families and that, and they were talking. He was going on and on about that. So in the end, I turned him off. I turned him on about like 7 minutes. 7 minutes later,
and he was still talking.
He was still talking,
wow.
And he wanted to keep talking. Tom said, "You can't talk anymore." The other woman had gone, and he was still talking. It was so hilarious. Yeah. I don't suppose you listen to the radio, do you? Anyway, it's all the same old crop, isn't it?
I missed that. But anyway, thanks a lot to Catherine. I wish you all the best. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Let him call me. I'll give him short shrift. Tim emails. I know you're not happy with the government's pandemic response, but I think they must be learning their lessons by now. No, well, yes, they're learning their lessons, and their lesson is that they can get away with anything they blooming well like because Brexit. We just want Brexit. They must wake up in the morning and think, how can we troll them today? Because nothing we've done so far has got them irate. They just sit and take it like sheep. Patricia texts, yes, the baby pigeons are ugly, poor things. They don't leave the nest until they're fully grown. I'm in tears talking about tears. EARS, they don't leave the nest until they're fully grown. Yeah, well, if you look like that, you wouldn't either. They are hideous. Right, so I had a bit of a meltdown. Oh, I can't talk about that in the moment because I'm near to a break, so I'll take another one of these blooming calls, and then I might get to it after that. East Ham, Sam.
Hi, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
On that point, following that woman who just spoke about sneezing, do you know what the sneezing etiquette is when you're wearing a mask? Because I've started seeing people coughing and sneezing and not covering their mouth on the premise that they're wearing a mask, which I think just sounds really unhygienic, but obviously you still have to cover your mouth if you're sneezing and wearing a mask.
Well, yeah.
Or would you take it off and sneeze?
Oh, no, don't take it off and sneeze.
Well, sneezing right into the little sheet that's in front of your mouth.
Yeah.
That seems a bit gross.
Well, it does seem a bit gross, yeah, you're right.
And yeah, so I just
don't sneeze. If you keep your eyes open and look into a light, then you don't sneeze. Isn't that true?
You can only dream of that, I suppose.
Peel your eyelids back and look directly into the light. Not the sun, but a light, and then you won't sneeze. I think that is a medical fact. The stuff you learn on this show, it's like an education, ain't it?
No.
And I just wanted to say as well, so me, at our university, we decided to start a blog where we started, like, mask shaming people, just documenting our daily commute into university with the people that weren't wearing masks. Kind of inspired by, you know what TFL do to show you all the fare evaders? They have, like, a picture of all the people they've arrested.
Do they?
So, well, yeah, they do in my area. Maybe it's because I live in a rough part of town. But, so we started compiling pictures of people that weren't wearing masks on transport, and we were going to send it to Sadiq Khan, who doesn't seem to believe that people are not wearing masks, and we were calling them subhumans of London.
Wow.
And that was our blog. And yesterday it was, we were in Whitechapel, and we were taking a picture of some woman who wasn't wearing a mask. And somebody, emboldened by what we were doing, we were going to do it quite discreetly and just post it on our blog to send to Sadiq. But somebody obviously saw what we were doing and was so empowered by what we were doing that they got up and started yelling at the woman, and it was really quite surprising to see how quickly mob mentality takes place.
Yeah.
And we felt really guilty because obviously we're pro-mask, and you know it doesn't seem like oppression to us to have to wear a mask in public to protect others. But
yeah, well,
it was really quite
it might
surprising.
not seem oppressive at the moment, but how about if you're still supposed to be doing it in 10 years' time?
Well, to be honest, I don't even want to go back to a time where I'm sharing air with a complete stranger. Doesn't it seem mad that 9 months ago we found it acceptable to catch a cold from a colleague?
Well, I suppose so. Yeah, there is something in that, yeah.
But it was just really surprising that the whole fight kicked off of what we were doing, and actually it was quite horrible to see. Obviously, I don't agree with the woman not wearing the mask, but it just was really horrible to see how...
well, stop picking on people, head prefect. And and don't swap saliva with anyone you don't know. Promise me you won't do that. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, we've all become, not all, but this has emboldened people to become a little bit head prefect-y. I had a moment this week. Couple of 3 moments. And I just went. I mean, in retrospect, I probably did not act in the best possible way, but I just couldn't stand it anymore. And I had a bit of a huff. I went off in a huff. Can you imagine that? Me. Well, in just one moment, Pan says, I don't understand why people get so wound up with you. What kind of a person thinks to themselves, obviously the best place to have a genuine grievance to dispense is the one man on LBC who's obviously having a laugh. Well, there's Steve Allen. Steve Allen's having a laugh as well. It's just that you can't talk to him. He will not accept your call, no matter how many times you ring. Keith says, Monmouth is in Wales, according to my £600 phone, so how can it be on the border between England and Wales? Good point, Keith. And D text, Nick, those baby pigeons look awful. I just checked. Why did you make me do that? Yeah, sorry about that, D. I take full responsibility. What's really weird is that Zora Suleiman, our excellent newsreader, she showed me a picture of baby owls the other day, which are bizarrely the exact same thing that people draw as aliens. I've just tweeted a picture of them just now, just this moment, as an added visual reference. You're welcome.
Thank you.
If you look at my Twitter feed, N.I. Abbott, 2 B's, 1 T, then you'll see a picture of baby owls, and you won't believe how much they look like aliens. They're completely white, and they've got massive eyes, and they just look otherworldly. It's just that you never see a baby owl because it gets, fully dressed in all its feathers before it leaves its little house or wherever it is that owls live. Get David Attenborough on the phone and he'll explain it to us. Not picking up? Keep trying. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Stockton on... oh, God. I feel I've been sideswiped. Yes, Brian.
Another intellectual caller for you, Nick.
Yeah, doubtful.
I want to talk about the money side of the virus and that, the money it's costing us.
Yes.
And
excellent value for money, you'll no doubt tell me. Go on.
When does a debt become a debt? When it's called in, isn't it? When you have to pay it back. Right?
No. No.
No? Why?
What? A debt is a debt, whether you have to pay it back or not.
Yeah, but if you don't have to pay, if it's not called in, you know, you can push it to one side, can't you? Until it is asked for.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Bank of England is giving us all this money. They're giving us billions and trillions for this pandemic.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they're not giving us the money.
Well,
I think they're selling a government bond. When you start talking about the financial finaglers, I can feel a curtain just being drawn across my mind. I just can't. I haven't got the brain for it.
Boring.
It's just too dull. I feel my brain switching off as we speak.
Nick, I don't understand the same as you.
But I think it's something like the government sells bonds to investors, and that's how they raise the money.
No, I'm right about the pandemic. The pandemic, they'll give us billions and probably trillions to pay for it, you know, to cover it, right?
Yes.
Now, it'll be interest-free, I think. So will it be interest-free?
No, it's not. It's not interest-free.
You know that, like, for definite.
Well, they don't just invent the money; they sell. Again, I don't know what I'm talking about here, but they sell bonds to evil investor people.
It's nothing to do with bonds; they're giving money.
Yeah, but that's how they make the money.
Right. It's imaginary money, say.
No, but it's not. It's not imaginary. It isn't.
I'll tell you why it is, shall I? I'll tell you why it is. They print it, aren't they?
Here we go.
They didn't have this.
No, they're not printing it. They're not printing it.
They are printing it.
They aren't.
Yeah. Well, you're not backing anything up, Nick. What you're saying?
Well, neither are you.
Well, all I'm saying is this, right? Say we take about 2 or 3 trillion until this virus is over.
A couple of 3 trillion.
Right. If the banks don't call their in interest-free, you can park it to one side, can't you?
Right. But that's not
because
not what's
the Bank
happening.
Of England, because it's the Bank of England that's lending it. The Bank of England is not going to bankrupt its own country.
No, that's not. I don't think that's what's happening. I think that they're creating bonds that they sell at an interest.
Well, nothing has been mentioned about bonds or anything.
Well,
I agree with you. It's for business. This is for a virus to cover the money it's costing for a virus.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Right.
It's nothing to do with business and that.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
They don't just invent money, man.
Right. What do the European Union do all the time when they have money
Oh,
problems?
my God. Is it the European Union's fault?
No. What do they do? They keep printing it.
No, it's the same thing.
They're never going to pay it back half the time, are they?
Of course they are. We've just finished paying for World War II.
But the better position we're in, right? Yeah, but that was what the Americans, they wanted it back.
Well, why wouldn't they?
The bank mightn't want it back.
Of course, it's not the bank.
I don't think so,
it's
Nick.
international investors who are buying this stuff. This is why it was so important that we just got downgraded by Moody's from AAA to AAAAB. It means that the interest rate goes up because we're less of a safe bet.
I think this government now, who's in charge, why this Conservative government, why this virus is running rife and all the money it's costing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a way it should be, and I think that this is the reason that you might just park the no interest, just park it to one side, and will it ever be called in?
Of course, it's going to be called in.
Couldn't it?
No, look. We are two blind men trying to find our way.
I think
by reading a map. Neither of us has any idea what we're talking about. But I think that you have you have a misperception. I think that they're not. You think that it's the Bank of England just magicking money out of thin air and giving it to us. But I don't think that's what's happening. I think governments are creating bonds that are being bought by international investors.
But the thing is, the perfect position we're in with this virus is. It's the Bank of England, a very good name. A lot of other countries haven't got a good as name, the banks.
What are you talking about? Like which country? Bolivia?
Well, for instance, the Deutsche Bank. The Deutsche Bank.
Yes.
We know it already owes a lot of money.
What?
It's in debt. It's in debt, the Deutsche Bank.
It's in debt?
But all we're saying is this, right? Why I think we're in a better position than most countries is that...
because we're British, damn it. Go on.
We're cheating still.
Yeah.
You there, Nick?
Yes.
we're cheating still.
I'm saluting as we speak.
That off yes. We're cheating still doing it this way, right?
Yeah.
We're cheating. But we will get away with it, I think, because of the Bank of England.
Because we're British. Because they have a good name. Because people recognise their name. They think, oh, well, they're, they've got a big
Corbyn
building.
Is to blame. And Jeremy Corbyn is to blame, by the way. You said he isn't. Yes. Is that useless? Is that useless that he left the Conservatives win by 80-seat majority? It's his fault. Him and your Auntie Diane.
No, of course it's not their fault. If you lay the...
No, it is.
Of course it isn't. Oh, my God.
Because of that useless...
Are you kidding me? That the Conservative Party's travails are the fault of Jeremy Corbyn? Is that your position?
Look, he called the election himself, right? He said, we'll have one. He said, yes, I'll have one, right? They're all telling him not to. He thought he was going to give him a good run for the money, but he was that useless. And the one who took over now, Starmer, he had to get him out of it, didn't he? Because he was shouting for a second referendum.
Jeremy Corbyn did not call the election. How could he do that?
Yeah. He said, I'll accept it, didn't he?
He didn't call it.
They were calling him out for not giving one. And he finally
Brian,
said...
you must be bending yourself into a pretzel knot trying to find some way to blame this on Jeremy Corbyn.
Jeremy Corbyn could have stopped having a general election. He had the numbers to stop it.
I tell you what, I will go to the foot of my stairs. I've never heard anything like it. What are you talking about, man?
For a month we were asking them, come on, we need a general election. They wouldn't give you one. Because they have the numbers to stop it. You know that, Nick. Stop telling lies.
You are a troll, Brian.
No, you're the troll.
Back under your bridge,
I'm not a troll. It's you that's the troll, and you know that. You know he was no need to give a general election, but the man was a fool, wasn't he?
I tell you what, you are the giddy limit. That's what you are.
No,
Anyway, I've got to go, because mostly I've just got to go. Hey, Brian.
Stop whining.
I'll kill you. Don't touch me or I'll kill you. And I really mean that. The Gap is going to close. Blimey. That used to be every other store on the high street. It used to be Gap and Gap Women and Gap Home and Gap Baby and, I don't think I've ever bought anything from the Gap, but we will miss them when they're gone. It'll just be... what will there be on the high street? It's just be endless charity shops and bedding shops, and closed pubs and restaurants. If the government is actually trying to close down the entire hospitality business, then they're going about it the best way. There's not going to be anything left. Luke texts, Nick, you are wrong. What? This was explained on LBC a few nights ago. This money is not based on bonds, etc. It's simply being printed with no interest and no need to pay it back, as the government is borrowing it from itself. It was explained. Who was doing the explaining? Steve says, how easy would it have been to have a traffic light system to denote COVID infection rates? No, we're Tories, and probably posh. It has to be tears. Yeah. Green, amber and red. Simple. People can understand that. Green is go. Amber is go faster. And red is stop if you haven't, if you're within 10 feet of the light. If not, then just blast through. I think that's what it says in the highway code. And Anne says, petition to stop clocks going back Sunday morning because no one wants another hour of 2020. That's a good point. Yeah, let's just get this over with as soon as possible. We can't take it anymore. That is awful, isn't it? I mean, I know it's the smallest of our problems, but the blooming clocks are going to go back soon. Oh, can't stand it. Apart from anything else, it's going to be dark at 4:30.
Oh, no.
Yes. Right, here's... gosh, these people have been waiting forever. Camberwell. Hello, Will.
Oh, good evening.
Will.
Good evening. Do you know what? I don't think I've ever had so many thoughts in my head thinking these would be great to bring up with Nick Abbott. I just linked to what you've been talking about. I think there's 6 or maybe even 7 now.
Wow.
The daylight saving time being the last one.
Yes.
because I think you and me, I've thought this a few times, I've often been a fan of messing about with daylight saving.
Wow.
I'm a bit pedantic, though. And what ruins it for me is that at the moment, I mean, what's another name for 1,200 hours at the moment? What's another net term for that time that you can think of?
What, is this a test now?
Yeah, if you don't mind, a small one.
1,200 hours is noon.
Or midday. And yet, at the moment, it's not midday, because the sun is not in the middle of the day. So therefore, I think it should be midday, shouldn't it? Because it's built on the solar system.
Okay, what's your next thing?
Okay, the other thing was that I'm sympathetic to your thoughts about the government. I mean, I am going to lie, I love the Conservatives, but I do think they deserve some points. The government's action against COVID, I think they deserve some points for innovation. So we've got Leicester, near where I went to uni years ago, and where I've still got some friends. They've had it really bad there, haven't they? So they're like massive lockdown. My mum and dad down at home in Devonshire, they're fine because it's level 1 or something. Here's me in London, level 2, and then up country is level 3. So notwithstanding the alleged corruption and just cock-ups they've made, mess-ups, at least they're innovating and trying something. The alternative apparently being let everyone catch it and try and protect vulnerable people, which scientists have said it just doesn't work.
Oh, scientists, really?
Yeah, well, I'm summarising for brevity. But, I mean, are you, out of curiosity, and I generally don't know this, do you support that action, then? To let it be natural action, until we get a vaccine, of course?
If we get a vaccine.
If we get one,
There's no until, it's if. A vaccine normally takes 10 years to create, and we're making one from scratch in 8 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't pin my hopes on a vaccine, seriously.
Okay, which is fair enough. I mean, for me, I also, one of the other points, my first ever job was at Gap, and in 1999 I bought 3 pairs of chinos, which I lovingly, I've still got 2 pairs of them. Recently, the fly broke on one of them, and this was in February, because it was before, when I was still in the office. And if I went out with my chinos, and all of a sudden you look down, you realise, Adam and Eve, I'm wearing the ones with the broken fly. And it really knocked me, and I got really moody about it. And I realised you've just got to accept problems in life, haven't you, sometimes? You just got to take it with the rough with the smooth. And for me now, similar to the mask, it used to be a real pain, and now I love wearing a mask. I feel like I've got my kit on.
I tell you what, it has occurred to me that this winter, it will keep your face warm.
Exactly. And you know what, when the weather changed a few weeks ago, I had a great coat that my dad gave me. It's like a farmery type thing. I had that on. I had my mask on and my sunglasses. And I sat on the number 12 bus at Camberwell, and I realised I saw a lady on the bus wearing a niqab. And I thought to myself, this may be the first time in my life as a middle-aged white guy that I can honestly say I know what it's like to experience a different way of living for once.
Well, not really. You can't put yourself in her shoes just because you had a pair of sunglasses and a mask on.
Well, because she couldn't see my face, I couldn't see hers, and we were kind of invisible to other people. Because I smile quite a lot of people in the street and stuff. There's no point doing that now, is there?
Oh, my God, don't do that. What are you, insane?
Warning!
You smile at strangers? You're lucky to be alive.
Well, only when they want to smile back, usually.
Okay,
Children.
then. Yeah, all right. Okay, thanks a lot, Will. 0345 6060 973. Sheila texts, it was Gary Stevenson, brackets, economist stroke millionaire. An economist millionaire? Well, that doesn't sound right. He made millions of pounds being an economist? Okay, then. Gary Stevenson that explained it on LBC about the Bank of England printing money and its future consequences. No, I don't buy that. The government makes money by printing bonds, and then the evil people that do the financial finagling, they buy them, and the interest depends on your credit rating, how safe they think their money is. Not that I have any idea what I'm talking about, but either way, we're screwed. Steve texts, how easy would it have been to... Oh, no, I've read that. Anne texts, and I've read that. Wow, I'm all caught up. Apart from these callers who just keep ringing and ringing. Chesterfield, hello, Ben.
Hello, mate, you all right?
Good, thanks.
But yeah, I think it's gilts. If you Google gilts, it tells you all about the borrowing.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
What annoys me is... obviously, obviously with Donald Trump, like everyone, all media slags him off for not like talking facts and stuff. But every single politician, even if they talk facts, it don't really mean anything because they don't do what they say anyway. If you know what I mean.
No.
So I don't see it being a big issue with the way he talks. I think he destroyed Biden last night in them arguments, but that's just my personal opinion. Like, but
right.
I'd vote for him if I were American, definitely.
Why is that?
Because I just think he is genuine. I think he does.
He is genuine. Well, the guy that's said about, oh, please, you've got to be out of your mind, Ben. Donald Trump is acting for the benefit of the people.
But he don't need to be in government to make money. He's already got money, hasn't he?
No, he doesn't. That's why he won't release his tax returns, because he's up to his eyeballs in debt. Have you not been paying attention? You think you're one of those people that will say something like, he says it like it is. Go on, I double dare you.
No, I'm just saying, though, if he's not released him, how do you know he's in debt?
We know he's in debt. We know he's chewed through billions of pounds. His dad gave him $425 million, and he lost it running a casino. How is that even possible?
I don't know, because it's one of them where he probably might have gone bankrupt, but banks went bankrupt, and owners at banks aren't skint. You know what I mean?
No.
If you haven't seen the financials, you don't really know how much money he's actually got.
Okay, all right. Well, let's leave aside his financial position. Why would you vote for him?
Because I think like he's done the economy good in America.
He's done the economy good. In what way?
Well, stock markets went through the roof when he was in control.
No, that's not true. Every economic measure has continued in an exact straight line through the Obama administration. Trump just picked up where Obama left off and affected it in no way.
So what about that, what he dropped out of then? What he spoke about last night, that thing what he dropped out of?
I wasn't on last night.
Where China were basically getting 30 years, I think, to lower their emissions. And obviously he dropped out of an agreement which said, no, we're not, because obviously I think they had to do theirs in like 4 years or something like that.
Yeah, there's no such thing. You're talking about the Paris Climate Accord.
I think that's it, yeah.
Right, there's no rules, it was just goals that everybody worked towards. What else have you got?
But he didn't work, instead of just not working towards them, he just said, no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't lie about it, he just said what he actually were doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's about the only thing that he hasn't lied about. And you give him credit for that? For boosting coal and oil and fracking? That's a positive to you?
I mean, if he's making money for the economy and people... so he's lying about jobs then? People aren't in record number of jobs?
Again, every economic measure went in a straight line through the Obama administration, bottom left to top right on the graph as you look at it, in a way that is positive, increasing all the time, and the line just continued in a straight line after Trump took over. He had no effect on it at all.
What about with Korea then? What about not invading countries for oil and stuff?
The guy that
to war, really. There's already wars what he's pulling people out of, but he's not actually gone to any new wars. He's not.
Is that the baseline? Is that the measure of success? He didn't start World War III.
Well, every other president does.
Every other president does.
Well, they all go to war. Look what they did with Iraq, Afghanistan. Iraq's worse a place than what it were. I think.
Yeah, that was Bush's war. Both Bushes.
Yeah, but what about Obama though? Didn't he do any wars?
Didn't he do any wars?
Like,
oh my God!
Didn't he take over? What were it now? I've forgotten his name now. Colonel Gaddafi. Were
Ben,
Gaddafi?
We're really on shifting sands here. I mean, I'm drowning listening
to this. On the flip side of that, fair enough. You can say negative points about Trump all you want, but
thanks.
I just think he's better than Biden.
Why? Better why?
Like what he was saying to him last night when you're like, well, you were vice president. Why didn't you get all this stuff done then? Why didn't he? He had 8 years.
Like what stuff?
Like that stuff he was talking about with with the black people getting him, what was it, something to do with, he brought that law out, what got like so many like black males sent to prison. But now he's coming out with, he's got a new thing what's going to sort all that out. But,
who are we talking about now?
Biden.
He's got a law to send all black people to prison.
No, they brought a law out to do with drugs. I think it was like possession of drugs or something.
Yeah.
And like, it don't matter what you got caught with, like you got sent to prison for it. But obviously, the sufferers.
Are you talking about Reagan's 3 strikes and you're out?
No, it was Obama what brought that in.
No. But never mind.
But yeah.
But you've thought about it a lot, Ben, I can tell. And it's a good job that you can't vote. It's just a shame that you can vote here. Never mind. Sasha emails, the thought of increased darkness due to the end of the daylight savings during these mini lockdowns is depressing. However, I've just received a letter from my Conservative MP. He says he is a firm supporter of a permanent switch to British summertime. Wow! At last, my Tory MP agrees with me. I want the name of the MP. I would love a permanent switch to British summertime. And then in the depths of winter, it wouldn't get dark at 4:30 in the afternoon, as it is about to. The absolute worst of it would be 5:30, which can just about stand. But we can't have that because one bloke who herds cows in the north of Scotland is upset about it. So we get nothing, apparently. Let's have a call in Oxford. Leslie.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I was just going to say to your lady from Monmouth, whose gyms are closing.
Yes.
Before lockdown, I was Scottish country dancing every evening.
Were you?
Well, no, sorry, not every evening. Once a week, twice a week.
Scottish country dancing?
Yeah. And throughout lockdown, they've really catered well by doing Zoom Scottish country dancing.
Really?
And it's actually more sociable than going to a gym. Yeah.
What, watching people dance on the computer?
In real life, it's more sociable than a gym.
Well, yeah,
and
yes.
It's still as sociable on Zoom.
Yeah, I've never spoken to anybody in a gym in my life. I mean, I've been going to one for decades now, and I don't believe, apart from asking somebody, have you...
It's cheaper.
Asking somebody, have you finished with that piece of equipment? I think that's the only thing I've ever asked anybody.
And Scottish country dancing is cheaper.
Yeah.
Am I selling it?
No. No.
Anyway, none of this lockdown makes any sense.
Does it have to be accompanied by bagpipes? Because they just sound awful. Unless it's...
We have recorded CD we have recorded CD music and fiddles. I play the violin, so I get to fiddle as well.
Dreadful.
Yeah.
Unless it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll by AC/DC. That's the only time a bagpipe has sounded good.
Rock and roll! Actually, I've seen Scottish country dancing dance to ABBA, so...
Blimey.
Yeah.
Right. So how does it look? Go ahead and do some now.
You won't be able to see me on sort of through your radio doing it. But
I know, but I'd be able to hear you. I can imagine. Gosh, you're very shouty, Leslie. Let's just talk over each other.
There are plenty of YouTube videos. Right. It's very accessible.
Yeah, well, I don't get YouTube.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. This virus doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, nothing makes any sense anymore. All right, thanks a lot, Leslie, including that call. Steve emails. I think that booze may have had something to do with it. Possible. Steve emails. Nick, I hope all is well. Have you seen the new Borat movie released on Amazon Prime today? No. It's a must-watch. Tells you everything you need to know about America today. Enjoy, says Steve. Yeah, well, I bet it's a series of gotchas, and I bet you'll find it hilarious first time you watch it, and then you'll think about it for a bit, and you think, yeah, you know what, he really did a number on those poor people, And you can only get away with it if people are being nice and accommodating. If people had actually reacted in the way that, I've only seen the first one, but if people had reacted in the way that you or I would have done, perhaps, then he wouldn't have had a film. He only had a film because people were going out of their way to be nice and accommodating. And when he'll say something stupid to people, and they will receive this stupid thing and then try to fit it into something that makes sense and then answer that, which makes, of course, them look stupid. So I'm a bit torn about all that. But if it comes around on ordinary television, then I suppose I'll watch it. But am I going to watch it on Amazon Prime?
No.
Am I going to get Prime just to watch that?
Negative.
0345 6060 973. Jeff Bezos doesn't need your money. Ruth emails, it says on Google that Monmouth is 2 miles from the England-Wales border. I'm confused, says Ruth. You're confused. Let's have a call in Q. Mark.
Hello, Nick. Good morning. I enjoy your show, my friend. I had to give you a call because I'm getting really wound up by people on here tonight. I'm actually going completely against the grain here.
Yes.
With what people are saying.
What are people saying?
Well, Nick, the thing is, I've actually been following this from day one. I do a lot of business with China. And I've been following this from day one, and I actually, I saw this come in, I saw China shut down, I saw us do nothing. Yes, the government, in my opinion, have been very incompetent.
Yeah.
But
this isn't it's not going against the grain so far.
No, I'll tell you where I will go against the grain. First of all, there are a lot of people trivializing this virus. Leslie just said none of this lockdown makes sense. In Wales, the hospitals are filling up. If they don't have the same capacities that we have. So I think they had to take action over there to make sure that they could treat people, because without treatment, more people die. Basically,
I don't. But is there any evidence that the hospitals are actually filling up? Because they said that about Manchester, and they said that about London, and they said it about here, there, and everywhere, baby. But that's not actually the case.
Well, I don't know. I've been watching stuff online that suggests it is. So I guess, look, I haven't been to the hospitals, so, I'm not really qualified to say. I don't work in a hospital, so I'm not really qualified to say. But I believe that the reason, no government would want to shut down. No government would want to shut down unless there was a very good reason that goes against everything that they're trying to do. So, they would have to be pretty serious for them to do it. And, yes,
but that implies that they are looking at their available options and making the right choice.
Well, I believe they are.
But why? Why are they now making the right choice when up to this point they haven't made a single positive decision?
They've been absolutely incompetent to this point.
So why now are they doing the right thing?
Because we're heading into winter, and last winter the hospitals were full up without COVID. So what is going to happen this year? I mean, we're getting 30,000 cases a day. Make no mistake, even at 3 or 4%. Ending up going to A&E, that's going to be 1,000, 2,000, and that's at the current rates. So as the other flus and stuff kick in, God knows where we're going to be. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, Nick,
it seems unlikely that they will have a normal flu season with everybody wandering around in a mask and washing their hands all the time.
But there will be a reduction, thank God. But there will still be increase in other comorbidities.
But if everybody just stays in and then eventually, as we must all do, emerges after 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 months or whatever it is, then we're just going to get it again. It's not going away.
You see, well, I don't know, Nick, because the problem is that even today there's a report. It depends what you believe. There's a report from the Oxford study saying that a vaccine it came out today saying that it's getting great.
I'll believe it when we have it.
Okay, fair enough. But,
even if they invent it and it passes all tests and goes into production, it'll be years. It will be years before we all get it.
I don't know if it would take years, but
I'm telling you, it will take years. It's something like if we'll all need 2 shots. And so it would take, even if they could manufacture them all, if they could buy them all, if they could get all of the...
it could take 6 months to a year, but in the meantime you're building up... building up herd immunity. The more people that are getting vaccine...
People are pinning their hopes on some magic formula that's going to come along and save them. No vaccine has ever been produced for a coronavirus. None.
I realise
none has ever been produced for anything remotely like this.
It comes from the... I realise it's the same virus. It's just a different mutation. I do realise that it's never been able to cure the common cold.
But I'm just curious to know. I mean, you say that the government... Oh, look at the time. All right, sum it up in a nutshell. You think the government has done everything wrong so far, but now they're right? Why?
No, I'm not saying they're right at all. They did it wrong.
That's exactly what you were saying. That they are now doing the right thing. That's what you just said.
Well, they are doing the right thing now, but, But
what they're doing now is what they did before. It's the same thing. Of course.
No, they didn't have the mask last one. They let everybody out on the street without masks. Now they don't need to lock us down. If the kids in class have masks on and we're all sensible, we'll be okay. But,
right, so that's the opposite of what you were saying. So the government isn't doing the right thing. So we got there eventually, I think. Yes, I haven't been able to get into my thing about me losing it a bit. I guess I'll have to wait till tomorrow. Because these people, they just keep calling me. How do they get my number? 0345 6060 973. William texts, when Norway was the poorest country in Europe a long time ago, they introduced what was called the Oslo breakfast, a free school meal for children in poverty. It was just accepted as necessary without a big ideological debate. Yeah, well, Norway was the poorest country in Europe? Really? Find that hard to believe. What about Greece? Italy? Norway? Huh. I did not know that. Well, the Norwegians and the Swedes, always so perfect. They just spread the money about a bit. A more equitable distribution of wealth than we have. And the result is happier people. HAPPY-ness. It's a Scandi thing. Battersea. Hello, Rebecca.
Oh, hello, Nick. I'm so thrilled to finally get through.
Rebecca.
I'm not surprised you're getting so many callers. I've been absolutely laughing my arse off at home listening to
Rebecca, what are you doing with the phone?
I'm doing nothing with the phone. I'm holding it to my ear.
What?
I'm holding it to my ear.
Your ear? Well, you should be holding it to your mouth.
Yeah, can you not hear me properly? Can you hear it now?
No.
Oh, no. This is awful. I've waited all this time and now I can't be heard.
Try now.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, gosh. This is terrible. I've just waited ages.
Well, let's muddle our way through. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to explain. I felt impelled to call in after your guy who actually called in.
Where have you gone?
The school prefect.
Oh, there you are.
The school prefect who was talking about, I can't believe I've been impelled to share my air with people for this long.
Yes.
That one.
Right.
Do you think he's ever...
Don't know, Rebecca. Let's think about that for a couple of 3 seconds. I should have gone with my gut instinct. Always go with your gut instinct. Mike from New Zealand says, progress is moving fast on a UK-New Zealand trade deal. Who needs the EU when you can trade with us? Yeah, we'll be able to get a lot of that excellent shoe polish. I can't wait. Jess texts, I found 3 LPs in a charity shop by the 70s group Camel. Any good? Camel! Groovy. I've got no idea. Which one was it? Mirage? Was it Snow Goose? Which one was it?
Yowza.
I've got no idea. I don't know anything about Camel, other than they were a bunch of drippy hippies. It was a prog rock group from England.
Rock and roll!
So, yeah, other than that, I know nothing. And that information I gleaned from the internet.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Let's have air in Scotland. Gary.
Hi, Mick. Nice to have you on the show.
Yeah, something like that.
Aye. You know, you think you have it bad in England. It doesn't matter what England does. Nicola Sturgeon has to go on better.
Yeah.
she brings out 5 tiers today, but they start at 0 and stop at 4.
I know. Yeah, very, very confusing.
Oh, it's confusing for everybody.
So, which tier are you in?
I'm in 2 now.
So, what does that mean?
No, it means I can't go with a girl that's in 3.
Right. Is that the only rule?
No, you're not allowed to leave your house. You're not allowed to go in. The pubs are shut. The restaurants are shut. What I don't understand is you can go on an aeroplane with 200, 250 people, sharing 3 toilets, and if they all buy a coffee, they don't have to wear a mask.
Yeah.
But the safest places I've been in the last 2-3 months have been a pub twice, a restaurant once, and the indoor bowling stadium.
And then the where?
Indoor bowling.
Indoor bowling?
Yeah, it's one of the safest places I've been.
Is it? What, where you stick your fingers into someone's ball?
No, no 10-pin bowling. Proper bowling.
What, green bowling?
Yeah, but it's indoor in winter time.
How can it be indoors if it's on grass?
It's not on grass, it's on carpet.
Carpet?
You need to get out more.
I certainly do not. Carpet? What kind of carpet?
Green gauge carpet.
What's that?
It's bowling, but it's indoor in winter time.
Bowling indoors? You're making no sense, man. Have you been to the pub?
I'm making no sense. You've never heard of indoor bowling?
No. I've heard of 10-pin bowling. That's indoors.
That's just an easy game.
What? No, you got to knock the pins down. What have you got to knock down in indoor bowls? Nothing. There are no pins. Piece of cake.
It's the same as outdoor.
Yeah.
But it's indoor.
Are you talking about cuddling?
No. Now you're taking the piss.
No, I'm not. Do you not do curling?
They do in Scotland, but I don't.
Right. You do indoor bowling on carpets.
But anyway, the point I'm making is...
Oh, there's a point. Go on.
It doesn't matter what they do in England.
Because Sturgeon has got to go one better, yeah.
She's got to go one better.
Right.
And she's actually getting in a mess because she said today in a daily, they say a daily update, I call it the three-party political broadcast. She said today that going into winter it'll be worse because the virus...
Yeah, they keep telling us that.
Is worse. Well, I believe that. To be honest, I do believe that I've got my views on the virus, but to be honest, anything strives like that in the cold more than it does in the summer.
Well, so
and she told us that we suppressed the virus in July to nearly 0, which is rubbish. She never.
Well, that's a bold claim. What do you mean, rubbish?
Well, it is rubbish.
Is it?
Because she never suppressed the virus to nearly 0 in July.
Well, I'm not sure that's not... Well, how do you know that? Isn't that true? I think more or less.
No. Scotland have got the highest figures per 100,000 of positive cases.
I don't think it's worse than England. I think you're doing better than England.
With similar countries. Remember, half of Scotland is water and mountains.
Well, yeah, but nobody lives there. See, this is what they say about. This is what they say about Sweden.
Exactly, because in England you have. We don't have hub airports like Heathrow and Gatwick, and we don't have ferry terminals like you do in England either.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with it. People don't live at the airport; they live in towns.
How's it got nothing to do with it?
Because I'm explaining it to you.
The people are going through the airport. You're not explaining it to me. I'm explaining it to you.
No, I'm explaining it to you.
Listen, don't tell me no. People are going through these hub airports.
Yeah.
They're coming in on ferries or dinghies. If you want to go down that route as well.
No.
This virus is flying about everywhere. In Scotland, we've got nothing but mountains and water.
Yeah, but of course you do. There's nobody lives up there. They live in Glasgow and Edinburgh.
Right, so the central belt's locked down.
Right. You're under tier 4 or 3 or 2 or 1 or 0. What level are you on?
We don't even know. That's what that's the point I'm making. Okay. People living here don't know what tier they're in because we've got tier 0 to 4, but we've got 5 tiers.
5 tiers, yeah, ending at 4. Yeah, that makes as much sense as anything else that's happened this year.
Of course. And it's all to distract from everything else that's going on up here with SN. Margaret Ferrier, she's still an SNP on 70 grand a year, and we've to, you know what I mean?
No.
And Derek Mackay, he's the same. He's still getting paid, and he's been away for about 6 months.
Well, no doubt. Why not?
So why do we have to listen to these people?
You don't have to listen to them, but you must obey them under penalty of the law.
But it's not the law.
Are you smoking?
No, it's one of these vape things.
Right, okay.
I had to stop smoking because I couldn't afford to feed the family, and Marcus Rashford would have helped me.
Yeah, I can't believe how much they cost. How much does a packet of cigarettes cost?
Oh, I've no idea. I've no smoked. I got paralysed in 2015, and I was 11 months in hospital. I've no smoked since.
You haven't smoked since then, right. I think it's about 15, 16 quid, something like that. What? For a packet of fags, can you believe it? They used to practically give them away. You used to be able to afford them as a school child. No. Now it's a luxury item. Here, Gary, I've got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Does anybody know what that call was about?
No.
Not a clue. I don't know. Here is a call in Oskarshamn in southeast Sweden. Robert.
Yeah. Hi, Nick. Very good pronunciation.
Was it?
Very good.
You say it.
Oskarshamn.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we were really good.
It was close.
Yeah, so I'm calling from Sweden. The paradise.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So what's life like in Sweden right now? How many people can you mix and mingle with?
Yeah, I can do whatever I want. It's up to me. It's up to the people what they. Of course, Mr. And our hero Anders Tegnell.
Yeah, your epidemiologist, Anders Tegnell, he said that Swedish people could just carry on as normal, continue your happy, glorious Swedish lives.
Yeah, so something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But and today he said that now they are allowing more people in theaters or sports events. Earlier, the limit was 50
people.
50.
Now it's 300 sitting.
Okay, let's just let that sink in just for a moment. We, in Britain, are not allowed to meet with more than 6 people, whereas in Sweden, you're not allowed to meet more than 300 people. Is that right?
Yeah, in an event and so on. Yeah. And it's sitting people, not standing.
Right. So when you go to a restaurant, what time do you get thrown out?
I think you can sit there as long as you like.
As long as you like, right? When you go to a bar, do you have to sit down and be served at the table?
Yeah, I think that was the thought from the government and from Tegnell, Mr. Tegnell, that but you know, people when they get Swedish people get drunk, you know, because we are so
you're so Swedish,
unhappy,
right?
Yeah, and then the bar gets crowded, you know, and so.
And then you start having hot Swedish fun with each other.
Disgusting.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah. So today, the Prime Minister, Mr. Stefan Löfven.
Who?
Stefan Löfven, our Prime Minister. Like, he's yours, Boris Johnson.
Oh, God.
Stefan
You've got one of those too, have you?
Yeah, we have. But he's... rather, he's not like that.
He's not a bumbling fool.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's like a real proper person. Yeah, as opposed to a clown. Right.
But he said today in a press conference, and that it was funny. He said, "Now the party is over." He said, because the too much crowded people in bars and on nightclubs, you know, when they are dancing tight.
Wait a minute. A minute. Back up. Your nightclubs are still going?
Yeah.
You can go to nightclubs?
Yeah.
Oh, for crying out loud.
And you can go to bars and restaurants.
You can go to bars and restaurants and sporting events, and you can leave the house, and you don't get thrown out of a restaurant at 10 o'clock, and you can meet as many people as you like, and you can have fun. You can remember fun, don't you?
No.
Yes, no is the answer from us, but Sweden never stopped having fun. And this is the thing about the way that Sweden is doing it. They're having a better result than we are with the catastrophic clown show that we've got going on here, and yet they are continuing to live their lives.
Yeah, that's true. And today there was another good thing, because people in the risk groups, 70 years and older, and people with illnesses and so on, they have been recommended to stay in and not go out.
Right.
But they have not been locked in, but they have been recommended.
Yes.
But today they say from Mr. Tegnell's office that we taken that recommendation away, because we know that it's not more dangerous for them to be out in the society and take a walk or meet their grandchildren. You know, people have been sitting in for 160 days. Heard on the Swedish radio today, and they are like psychiatrically ill.
Yes, of course. I keep saying it, what happens when you're indoors waiting for your life to begin is your life. This is it.
Yeah. And they are getting older, and the grandchildren are getting older, and they cannot meet them, or their children for that sake, you know, but the families. But now that recommendation, that is gone. So now they can come out,
right?
And
okay, well,
and they were very, very happy.
I bet they were. Well, let me ask you this, because every now and again I'll read a story about Sweden, and the people here are trying to paint Sweden in a bad light, because by doing that it makes us look better. And I keep reading stories about the Swedish people are now getting angry about the government's response, and they are demanding that the government changes tack. And is there any truth to that?
Yeah, but Swedish people, we are like learn from the beginning that we have this. We listen to the government or the local politicians, and we are angry sometimes. Yes, we are, and when we think that we can handle this by ourselves, then we can get a bit angry. But there's so few people who get. I mean, I meet people that they have certain in Britain as well in buses. You can only get in the back doors, and
that's real small beer. That's why you're angry, because you can only get in the back door of a bus.
Yeah,
right.
But I mean, and whatever. It's how people are people. Some people they can't handle a small thing, but in the main, like the main, I think they are. My friends are happy.
Yeah. Well, that's what that's my understanding. You blooming Swedes are so happy. HAPPY-ness. You got it all over you. Yeah. Do you do hygge, or is that a Norwegian thing?
Yeah.
Hygge. But, is that a Norwegian thing? Hygge? Or is it Denmark?
Yeah, maybe Denmark. Yeah,
Denmark,
and they closed the border now, Denmark. That was surprising. They closed the border so totally. So now, because there are some COVID-19 cases in Malmö, in south of Sweden.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they're everywhere. The rest of the world's reaction to lock everybody in isn't having the desired effect. So it makes you wonder why we're doing it. If Sweden, with its open society and allowing people to just get on with their lives and not lose a year, at least, if they're having a better result than almost, certainly us, economically as well, which is also vitally important, then it does make you wonder, why are we going down this path? The one that we've already found doesn't lead anywhere good. Here, Robert, good to talk to you. Got to go, but thanks for that.
Let's get back to it.
I have never seen rain like it in my life. I needed a boat to come here. Noah has never seen anything like it. I was creating waves the entire time here until I reached Vauxhall. It was like driving through a lake. It was incredible. Whatever just came out of the sky, our drains can't handle it. And of course, morons were behind. I was doing like 20 mile an hour in a 20 mile an hour zone. I'm a good boy, I am. And morons were behind me, going berserk. You could barely see to the end of your bonnet. It was raining so hard. It was about a foot deep in some places. I'm not kidding. I didn't think I was going to be able to I didn't think I was going to be able to drive through some of the puddles. They were so huge. So, that is climate change, unless you don't believe in science, in which case it's weather. So here's some texts and emails and such from last night. Keith says, did you know that they tried daylight saving in Australia to get longer days and then realised it was too hot? What does that mean? Is that an attempt at a joke? Samantha emails, Nick, pigeons' lives matter and baby ones have feelings also. Yeah, well, show them a mirror so they can see their reflection. They are hideous. And baby owls, by the way, I put a picture on Twitter last night during a show of baby owls. They do look like aliens. I mean, like the perfect resemblance of how people think aliens look. You know, the thing they cut up at Area 51. Huge eyes and, white. Bizarre. Owls. Emma says, have you still not told us about your meltdowns? Please just tell us. Yeah, I was going on about that last night. We just want meltdown. Yeah, I'll come to that in a minute. Yeah, I've had a couple of 3 meltdowns just lately. I just can't stand it anymore. And I'm not alone. There was this thing about life satisfaction that just came out. Is everybody happy?
No.
No, you bet your life we're not. Happiness, what's that? Life satisfaction has fallen to a new low among Britons. Huh. Well, I wonder why that might be.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Social indicators tracking the state of mind of the public since the crisis erupted show people's outlook has declined over recent weeks. You bet your life it has. On a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 being the top mark, being the most satisfied, HAPPY-ness up to our eyeballs at number 10, it found the average score last week was 6.7. That doesn't actually sound that bad. That compares to 6.9 in the Office for National Statistics poll the previous week. Is this what they do all day? And 7.1 in the middle of September. 7.1 in the middle of September? What? Based on what? A liking for imminent death? The rating has not been lower since the figures started to be compiled on a weekly basis. Really? They're compiling this stuff on a weekly basis? How HAPPY are we? God, haven't they got anything better to do? Gloom has been mounting about the prospects for the UK after cases started rising again in September. A swathe of the country has been plunged into lockdown, and that word swathe is never used in a sentence about good things. No good thing happens in swathes of the country. A swathe of the country has been plunged into lockdown restrictions in a bid to get the surge back under control. Oh, is that what they're doing? Really? I just thought they were making this stuff as they went along, flailing around like a drunken octopus. The economic recovery has also stalled, with warnings of a looming wave of redundancies.
Warning!
Yeah, I bet. We're going to be sent back to the Stone Age by these clowns who are running us at the moment. Meanwhile, whereas Boris Johnson voiced hope over the summer that a normality might resume by Christmas, there are now fears that restrictions will drag on for many months after that.
Fabulous.
Good grief, we are not even going to be able to celebrate Jesus' birthday. The poll published today found 76% of adults were very or somewhat worried about the effect of the coronavirus on their lives right now. 76%. Well, the rest must be on the drink.
Booze.
Exactly. The main concerns reported were personal travel plans being hit. That was their number one concern. Personal travel plans being hit. 56% said that. 55% said a lack of freedom and independence. Wow, we're more worried missing a blooming holiday than having our lives taken from us and being placed in house arrest and monitored for the rest of our lives like we're in a bad sci-fi film. Well, this isn't science fiction. It's science fact. It's not sci-fi. It's sci-fi.
Correct.
0345 6060 973. This one says, instead of the clocks going back an hour this weekend, they can go back to the 1970s. But with the progress that continues being made with diversity. Diversity. Well, you're talking about that dance band that won the talent show. Britain's not got any talent. I've seen that show. Paul emails, when a Gap leaves the high street, there'll be a gap where their shops used to be. Oh, God. Listener with material. A different Paul says, I sat through the whole presidential debate last night, and this was a couple of nights ago now, I suppose. And, well, you might have seen it last night. I don't know. What's it got to do with me? He says, Biden might be no Mr. Charisma, but he looks and talks like a president. Anyone who thinks Trump bettered him is an idiot. Well, that's his that's his base.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, he speaks directly to idiots. That's why they love him so much, I think. They're venal, twisted idiots, and he's a venal, twisted idiot too. They think, that's my guy. He tells it like it is. The man who lies, I think the current rate's about 130 lies a day. It's something there or thereabouts. Over 22,000 lies since he came into office. And the dingalings who love him still say he tells it like it is. Joe says, what with most companies closed, what will we be exporting to Japan after our trade deal with them? Union Jack-style bobble hats and tea mugs. Yeah, well, they all get made in China. So that's a no. What will we sell to Japan? Coats with checked linings. That's it. And they probably aren't made here either. I don't know whether that's true. Steve in the USA says, but please help me. I need your help. No, he doesn't. He says, Trump will win by a landslide in the US. If you lived here, you would realise how much he has actually done positively for the US during the last 4 years. Steve, I don't have to live in the USA. We get the news here. There's a thing called the Internet. Gosh, you should see the stuff that's on the Internet.
Disgusting.
0345 6060 973. So yeah, I'm having. It's not a mental health issue. Let's not get carried away. But I just, I had a couple of moments this past week where I just couldn't take it anymore. And one of them I was talking to Carol McGiffin. You know, I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin.
Oh right, yeah.
Which I do think that you will find totally amusing.
Oh right, yeah.
It is very funny because it's got Carol McGiffin in it.
Yeah.
And I was banging on about this thing to her. So if you want to, I'll tell you one half. But if you want the other half, then you'll have to listen to the podcast. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, in which Carol McGiffin and me try to solve people's problems. Now, if you want us to solve your problem, you have to send it to it. We're not mind readers. Send it to us at the following address, nickandcarol@global.com. That's nickandcarol@global.com. And prepare to be completely satisfied. But in the preamble to the podcast, I told her about some incident that I had in Greenwich. I just couldn't take it anymore. And there was a similar one the other day. I went to a Gardens, which is appended to the Queen's Garden. I think the whole thing is the Queen's Gardens. Yeah, thanks very much, Your Majesty. And Francie tweets. Why have you highlighted this?
Oh, I didn't mean to highlight it.
Oh, right. Okay, it was a mistake. Error. All right, I'll come to that later. So, yeah, I went to a park. It wasn't cheap. It was quite expensive. And the first thing I needed was some coffee. If I don't have coffee first thing, then things can go downhill really rapidly. So I needed a couple of squirts. So the first thing I did was try to locate a coffee on arrival. Can you get a coffee? Well, first of all, you got a queue outside. There was no queue, but you had to wait at a barrier for somebody with a name badge to motion you inside. And they made me wait for no good reason whatsoever. There was nobody milling around. The place was completely empty. But, you know, because everybody had with a name badge in this country has been promoted to the position of Oberleutnant. And everybody wants to see your papers. We've got a nation of head prefects now, and the power has gone to their heads. So anyway, I had to wait to be motioned in to a virtually empty room. And I thought, well, I'll source coffee straight away. And can you sit down and have a cup of coffee straight away?
No.
No, of course not. Because you have to tell them who you are, what your name is, what your address is. They want your email address and your phone number and your inside leg measurement. And so I thought, oh, and plus if you had a coffee there, you had to sit down. I didn't want to sit down. I wanted to go and, take a peek at the greenery. The flora and the fauna. But that's not allowed in the cafe because you have to sit down. And furthermore, shut up. And so I said, okay, well, I'll go outside again to the coffee booth that was just outside. What could possibly go wrong? And so I marched out the door that I came in, and the same woman with a name tag said, you can't go out that door. You have to come back in and go out the other door. I'm already outside. having walked through a door that had nobody around it. It was completely deserted. I'm standing outside on my own. She wanted me to come back inside the building to go out the correct door to arrive in the exact same place that I'm standing. Does that make sense?
Negative.
This is before I've actually had my coffee, so I'm already on edge. By which I mean... And so I joined a queue, which didn't seem to be a very long queue. There's about 5-6 people in front of me. But unfortunately, the doddery old bloke who was making the coffee was the slowest person in the world ever. It took so long, I thought he'd gone to Brazil to source the beans. And the people in front of me, they started conversations with him. God, this drives me absolutely mad. People in front of you in a queue. Oh, hello, how you been? I haven't seen you in a while. How are the kids? Oh, yeah. No, he's just standing there. He's got his stuff. Shut up, man. Get on with it. I thought. I didn't say that, but I thought that. And so I go, eventually, after waiting for about 15 minutes for him to make one coffee and have a chat with the bloke in front of me, I go there and he's going... like constantly coughing like that. I mean, he's got a mask on, but he's coughing like that, like constantly coughing. What the hell? How can you be in a position where you're making food, serving sandwiches and cake and coffee, and you're coughing and coughing and coughing? But did I say anything? No. Did anybody in front of me say anything? Of course not. The bloke in front of me gave me the evil eye for standing 5 feet away from him, not 6 feet. But he didn't mind having a bloke who was constantly coughing, making him coffee and serving him cake. He was going. And I thought, at this point, I have to have caffeine, and I don't care if I do die. And so, with the coffee, I then marched back through the building and out into the garden, not through the part where you put your ticket in and go into the garden itself, because that would be, I wouldn't do that. You don't walk around a paid park with a coffee in your hand. No, I just wanted to stand and look out over the scenery while I had a coffee. What's wrong with that? Oh, it's against the regulations. You can't do that. His government says you can't do it. You have to go out the car park. So we had to go out in the car park, and there's no seats that were available there, and the only place to put anything was on top of a rubbish bin, which was right in front of where people queue to get in the building. So rather than stand in an area where there wasn't anybody looking over greenery, I had to stand in a blooming car park where people would march past to get into the building in the first place. So anyway, having had that, then go in and through, finally, I've had my caffeine, and I'm finally in a park. What could possibly go wrong? Well, I'll tell you. Morons with leaf blowers. Hours they were at it. Hour after endless hour. Just chasing a leaf from one side of a path to the next. With enough force to lift a jumbo jet off the tarmac. Oh my God, I wanted to kill him. I wanted to take that leaf blower and stick it up his fundament. And every now and again it would stop. You think, he's finished for the day. And peace would ring out for a blissful 10 seconds, and then so that no leaf would rest on any part of the path in the entire park. It's autumn. Echoing around the park. It's the loudest thing I've seen The Who live.
Rock and roll!
And they weren't that loud. I want my money back. Get Her Majesty on the phone right now. I've been done. That was 12 quid, Brenda. She's not picking up. Keep trying.
This is LBC.
He is a very sick and dangerous man.
Yeah, getting more dangerous by the moment. I don't think I can take it anymore. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Bromley. Luke.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Nick.
Luke.
Firstly, you realise your listeners are very confused because you did a cough. Was it one of your sound effects, which you did 3 times, or was it you? Because it sounded very consistent.
What are you talking about?
You were doing coughs.
I was doing what?
When you said that you were in a coffee shop.
Yes.
And you were doing an impression of someone coughing.
Coughing, yes.
And was that a sound effect, or was it you each time? Because it was very consistent 3 times.
Yeah, no, it was me. This entire area is going to have to be wiped down. We need a big bucket of squirt in here.
Right, now, the reason why I called, you mentioned a statistic that a huge amount of people are concerned that the coronavirus has affected their lives.
Yes.
I would argue that it's not coronavirus, it's actually politicians and their decisions.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it's not the virus that's the problem, it's our reaction to the virus.
Yeah, exactly. You know there's a rule prior to lockdown in Wales which said you can't run for a bus. Do you know that?
Rubbish.
They say because otherwise you end up on the bus panting. So...
Wait a minute. There's a rule in Wales that you're not allowed to run for the bus.
Yep.
I don't believe you.
Well, it's their advice. It was on the advice board. The other one is you're not allowed to use a mobile phone on the bus in Wales.
Right. Well, that's a good idea.
Well, yeah.
Unless you're using it to because nobody under the age of 50 uses a mobile phone to actually make a phone call. They just use it to type messages to people that aren't there while they're with their friends. They're all gawping at their phones, typing messages to people who aren't there. What sense does that make?
So this is changing people's lives in a funny way. I know someone who wanted to get a dog from Wales pre the lockdown, and they had to meet them at the border and pass the dog over the border.
Right. Was it a collie?
Border collie. Oh, there you go. Yeah. So this whole thing is nuts. You can't even buy a kettle from Tesco's in Wales.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense at all. They must have thought about that for about 10 seconds before coming to the conclusion that they're geniuses, and they put it into law, and then didn't think a single other thing about it. What a ridiculous thing.
But you can buy a bottle of vodka.
Yeah, well, that's an essential.
You can buy an avocado.
Right.
But not children's,
You can buy a pumpkin just as long as you don't carve it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what is going on? I think they need a common sense department.
Yeah, well, there's nothing common about it, as has been stated over and over again. It sounds like you're running for a bus right now.
Sorry, I was keeping fit.
You're keeping fit while you're talking to me. Okay, all right, well, I'll leave you to it. This is that story. The question of what constitutes an essential item has become a thing in Wales. They're having a 17-day fire break. Because it worked so well the last time. With most high street shops forced to close, the Welsh Government has said it's only fair that supermarkets are not allowed to sell non-essential items either. So shoppers will be forced to buy food and household supplies from the local supermarket during the lockdown. Not forced, will be able to, which began yesterday. But they will not be able to buy clothes, toys, electrical goods, games or garden items. You can still buy items for the house like batteries, light bulbs and rubber goods. Rubber goods?
Disgusting.
How are they essential? You can buy rubber goods but not utensils, crockery, furniture, bedding or decorative items for the home. The Welsh First Minister Mark Drakeford said supermarkets only selling essential goods during the fire break was a simple matter of fair play. He says, we are requiring many hundreds of small businesses to close on the high street right across Wales. We cannot do that and then allow supermarkets to sell goods that those people are unable to sell. Yeah, well, there's a small problem with that, your ministership. What people are going to do is stay in and order stuff from the world's richest man, thereby undercutting the entire local economy. And the good people of Wales will get nothing. Their shops will shut, their supermarkets will sink, and the Amazon Corporation will get ever larger. How's that supposed to help the Welsh economy? Is there any sense to that?
No.
Is there any sense to anything that's happened in the year 2020 so far? We've got 2 months of it to go. Anyone think it's going to get better?
No.
The Welsh First Minister Mark Drakeford said he's keen to stop people lingering in a supermarket perusing luxuries. No fingering the knickknacks. He says this is not the time to be browsing around supermarkets looking for non-essential goods. Yeah, okay, so people will just stay in and surf the net and buy it from America or Luxembourg or the fifth moon of Venus or wherever Amazon is located for legal reasons. The Labour leader denied he was anti-supermarket. No, he's just anti-sense. He says it's a straightforward matter of fairness. We're in this together here in Wales. Yeah, if there's a better policy of draining the money out of Wales and gifting it to the wealthiest man who ever lived, I can't think of it. Can you? Jeff Bezos won't be sending a rocket to visit the moon. He'll be sending it to stamp property of Amazon on it. He'll paint it yellow. Meanwhile, retail lobbyists expressed concerns that the rules were difficult to navigate. Gosh, do you really think so? And the Conservatives in Wales went further. The Conservative health spokesperson of Wales, Andrew Davis, said it was an example of power going to the heads of Labour. And if there's anyone who knows about power going to their heads, it's the Conservative Party. Ryan says, can we have an hour of Nick Abbott's leaf-blowing sounds? I can do better than that, Ryan. I shall be releasing it as a CD. NME says, this album blows. 1 star. Hugh in Wales says, stop using so much plastic. What? You and Steve Allen are the plastic fountains. What are you talking about? No plastic. Amen, praise the Lord. What? When did I talk about plastic on this show?
I mean, I don't remember it, but yeah, he thinks so.
Okay. I don't know what station you're listening to, mate, but it's not this one. Lucas says, in Brazil we don't have this coffee nonsense. Your coffee is already made in a thermal bottle. It takes 30 seconds to get your coffee in the morning at any place and it costs 10p. Yeah, well, that's no good to me, Lucas. And Jurgen in Balham says, did you see the clip of Donald Trump turning up in a town in Pennsylvania and telling the people of that town at his rally that he would really prefer not to be there? That he should never have had to go there in the first place, and that basically he was looking forward to leaving. Well, I'm sure that the feeling is mutual. God, what is it, 10 days now? 10 days before the fascist dictatorship takeover of the United States of America.
Oh, shut up!
It's just staggering what's about to happen. It really is. Get ready, everybody. Grip onto something firm. The only thing he hasn't tried yet is...
I'll bring us into war.
Yeah, that's the only thing he hasn't tried yet. Forthcoming attractions, World War III. Just because Donny is going to act like a toddler having a tantrum if there's no way that he can steal the election. So he's going to wreck everything. You think it's bad now? Just wait. Ilford. Alex.
Hello, Nick.
Alex.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
I've always wanted to phone you, but I'm on the phone now.
Yes.
Because I know you like a waffle, and I need a waffle. First of all, Felix. Sorry, I have to be up. I'm sick and tired of these idiots in London and around the country who want to protest. Do you agree they're the same people that moan about the lockdown? They get ill and they ruin it for us.
Us?
You know, yes.
They ruin it. The people who are complaining about being locked down and having to wear a face mask, they're ruining it?
No, not that. The people who are on the streets
are
the ones that complain when nothing is done to fix the virus.
Right.
And what else? And it's... first of all, I love the jingles. I wish you do them on Sunday night. But what...
Well, we just have to add that to life's little disappointments. So you're complaining about the people that are complaining about the catastrophic clown show that's going on here regarding the virus. Is that your point?
Yeah, because government aren't doing a good job, but people aren't following the government.
But why should they follow a government if we've already established that the government are not doing a very good job?
Yeah, I know the government aren't doing a good job. I get that. But what my point is...
Yes.
That we voted for these idiots.
We? Who's we? Who is we?
The public.
40% of the public voted for these idiots.
Can you imagine if Diane Abbott was in charge and Jeremy Corbyn? Diane Abbott
it couldn't possibly be worse. It could not possibly be worse. How could it be worse?
Yes. So I'm a big fan of yours. I love your jingle.
Okay, I love you too. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I'm redoubling security. Colin texts, all in capital letters, Abbott already making mistakes. The man is talking nonsense. He said, I had a couple of 3 meltdowns, no sense at all. Yeah, I should have stopped at the... Well, I should have stopped when I saw that it was all in capital letters, you know, like he's shouting at me. But I should have stopped on the second word because already it's spelt with 2 Ds. I don't think so. You know that red squiggly line that goes under words that you misspell? It's not just to make them look more pretty. It's an alert.
Warning, warning.
Already. I'm already making mistakes. A couple of three. That's a Sopranos thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right at the end. No spoilers. But right at the end, one of Tony's nemesis. One of his, they were always short. The guys that really, upset him a lot. And it was the silver-haired guy at the end. They sat around the table, and they were discussing, how dreadful everything was. A couple of 3 things. So I've just been saying it without really knowing that I'm saying it ever since. Daniel in Hendon says, I had the same thing happen to me today because outside my house one silly man was marching up and down blowing his blower against the wind. Why, says Daniel. They should be illegal. Particularly in a park. It costs 12 quid to get into that park. They certainly would not do that at Kew Gardens. I mean, that should be against the law. The good people in Kew Gardens have better sense than to go round with a bloomin' leaf blower, for crying out loud. Morons with leaf blowers. I mean, there's precious little that irks me more than a moron with a leaf blower. I mean, some huge hulking bloke will be standing there just trying to blow a wet leaf off a pavement. You know what makes no noise? A broom. Have you heard of a rake? Alan in Manchester says, Manchester has the best drainage system in the country. All the rain that we have, and southern people moan about a bit of drizzle. It was not a bit of drizzle, I'm telling you that right now. The heavens opened. I've never seen such water on the roads. Like, I really haven't. At some points, I didn't think I was going to make it. I thought, this is too deep for me to drive my silly little car through. I mean, if I was in one of those giant tanks that people take their kids to school in, that would be fine, but not in my silly little car. I did not expect to get through. I just didn't think I'd do it, and it just went on and on and on for miles. Like it must have been 12 miles minimum of flooded roads all the way here. I've never seen anything like it. I honestly didn't think it was raining quite that much. But what did they say it was? 10 to 15 millimetres. What's that, about 6 foot? I think 15 millimetres is 6 foot, isn't it? It's about 6 feet. 6 feet of rain in the space of a couple of hours. Can you believe that?
No.
Let's have a call in, who's been waiting the longest? Tunbridge. Hello, Sarah.
Hi.
Hi.
I'd like to get back to kettles.
Kettles?
And the illogicality of what is going on.
Yes.
Wales closes down and you cannot buy a kettle.
No.
So they've wrapped everything in plastic. The plastic that people the year before was screaming we must get rid of plastic. I would imagine there's more plastic being used this year for those aprons and everything that the nurses wear that seem to just fly up.
Yeah.
They're so thin in the air that
well, never mind about that. The masks, the mountains of masks that we're creating. We must have doubled our output of rubbish in the last year.
Oh no, I should think a lot more than that. I mean, I pick up masks every day when I go even in the woods walking my dogs.
You wear a mask in the woods?
No, I don't.
Well, your dogs do. What are we talking about?
No, I don't believe I pick them up where people have dropped them.
Oh, right.
People throw things away.
Yes, morons throw things away.
Well, that's quite interesting, actually, because one of my neighbours, I'd heard it on the radio, and then he confirmed it happened to him. He was at the petrol station, and he was just about to put his mask in the bin, and this woman came past him and was going into the petrol station and said, "Oh, I haven't got a mask.
Yeah.
Can I have yours?" And he said,
What?
"Yes."
Oh.
And he said, "But I've just worn it." And she said, "I don't mind." I'd heard that on the radio, so I was telling him that somebody was going to the supermarket, and the guard at the gate said, "You can't come in because you haven't got a mask." And a woman going out said, "Oh, you can have mine," and he took it.
Oh.
This is what the whole. But the other thing is, we at one point we were putting red and white, not we, but the authorities, red and white tape all over municipal benches in the high street.
Oh my God, yes.
And yet people were flying in and just going around their business. Still are.
I don't think there are any checks at the airports.
No.
Other people are just wandering through willy-nilly, Sarah.
Well, I mean, I went to confirm this because my son told me that he said, I don't know if you know, but Italy's got a big spike again after having been put forward as sort of a paragon of virtue and have sorted it all out, and of course it's just come back again because of course they had a bad time at the beginning, and then they were perfect apparently, and everybody wearing masks and everybody doing their told, and of course they've now got some horrendous spike, as has the Czech Republic.
Yeah, or so we're being led to believe, but these horrendous spikes, when you actually go down into the statistics, aren't actually that horrendous. And
well,
I have
whether they are or not, the fact is that everyone we've told who was so bloody marvellous, and like the Czech Republic, I mean, apparently they were suddenly at the top of the list, having been, the poster boy for everything perfect.
Well, the problem with lockdowns, Sarah, is that people have to eventually come back out again.
Exactly.
And the virus is still there.
Exactly. This is what I keep saying to people.
No, this is what I keep saying to people.
It's not like and the fact that what gets me is, you've got to stay home. You're only allowed to see 6 people and all this.
You've got to keep your bubble.
But Carrie Simmons, the paramour of, I call him box painter liar, Johnson, she can fly to Venice. Now remember that is Italy's now a spiked hotspot.
Is it?
She can go there with all her mates on holiday at £600 a night hotel.
Right.
What kind of world are we living in when we cannot get Tory MPs, barring 6 of them, to vote to feed children during these ridiculous lockdowns?
Well, if children would only take the precaution of becoming consultants, then they'd pour no end of money over them.
Exactly. And we can't afford that, but we can afford to give £10,000 each to an MP so they can work from home during the lockdown, because they're going to have such a hard time.
And then another £3,000 as a pay rise for excellence in being themselves.
Exactly. And not a mama, but we can't feed the children. By the way, apparently this year the malnutrition and hospitalisation of children has absolutely skyrocketed.
I just think
presumably it's going to get worse.
Of course it will. Everything's going to get worse. At this point, I just think that we're being trolled. I think that it seems to me that they just wake up in the morning and think, how can we troll them today? How far can we push them? And they just must have a real laugh. I mean, this probably doesn't happen, but this is what is in my imagination. They think, what ridiculous thing can we come up with today? Oh, I know. How about, you remember you said that you got behind the wheel of a car to test your eyes?
Exactly.
And they bought that. Nothing happened. What can we do today? Oh, I know. Let's make kids starve at Christmas. That'll really freak them out.
Well, getting back to the plastic, the last thing I saw, I suppose it's a civil disobedience. You could call it vandalism. I'm calling it civil disobedience. a bloke has gone around a supermarket in Wales, tearing off the plastic off all the items that have been hidden because apparently, as you said, these Welsh politicians are saying, for fairness.
Yeah.
And then, as you said...
Makes no sense. Everyone's just going to buy everything off Amazon.
And make the rich man rich, the richest man in the world richer still. There is no logic to anything that has gone on. And I speak as somebody who may be one of the unlucky ones because I'm 75. But
75 years old. Well, you've been living through all this as an adult, so I expect that in some significant way, Sarah, it's actually your fault.
I know, and that's what really gets me, because, apparently all these kids have to be locked down to, quote, save me.
Yeah.
And
right.
and other elderly people. Well, I don't want to be party to that because I don't want people to be locked down, lose their homes, have I don't know, domestic violence, have starving children.
All that stuff, exactly. Well,
I take my chance.
New York, Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Jan.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Hello?
Yes, Jan.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Very good. I'm glad you finally got around to telling us about your meltdown.
Oh.
It was worth waiting for.
I was, I probably didn't display the best of myself, but I just couldn't stand it anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you about leaf blowers. They want abolishing, don't they?
They do. They really do. Yes. They should. I wanted to stick it. I wanted to stick his head in the leaf blower.
That would have been good. Yeah. Anyway, I rang up. Oh, you don't like people saying anyway, do you? I heard you last night.
I don't mind.
Well, I thought you said last night you didn't like it.
When you say it, Jan, it's like music to my ears.
Oh, that's good. Anyway, last night you got a couple of texts about Spitting Image, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
One of them mentioned the clips on YouTube, so
right.
I had a look at one.
And?
It was Boris Johnson and Donald Trump in the steam room.
In the what?
In the steam room.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, what a sight.
Yeah, I bet.
Disgusting. You think baby pigeons are ugly. God, dear.
Yes, but was it funny?
Well, I suppose it was a bit funny, but, it was terrible.
Now, when you say it was a bit funny, did it actually make you laugh?
Not really,
Right,
no.
okay, so it wasn't really funny then?
Well, it wasn't that funny, no, but it was terrible to look at,
Yeah, I bet. See, now, I'm old-fashioned in that regard. When I'm watching a comedy, I like to actually laugh, not just sit there thinking, yes, that was amusing, because that's not funny enough. I've got to actually lose control of myself.
You like a good laugh, yeah.
Exactly. You've got to have a laugh, ain't you?
Of course you do. Now, the other text said that the bloke doing Trump's voice wasn't very good.
Yeah.
And that you would have been better. Now, I agree with that.
Well, I'm not sure myself. I haven't heard him, but it seems hard that anybody could not do Trump.
You'll have to have a look at these clips on YouTube.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort, Jan.
No, didn't think you would. Anyway, your impressions are spot on.
What, of the leaf blower?
Yeah, that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I especially like your Andy Murray.
Oh, yeah, well, he hasn't been in the news in a good long while,
he
so, I'll have to wait till he is.
Yeah, but
he'll be just as excited as he always is.
Boring!
Yeah, I know, but you're very good.
Well, thanks a lot, Jan. I appreciate it.
That's okay.
Okay, cheers, my dear. 0345. Was there more? No, there was. Just paid her up in time to hear her slam the phone down at me. 0345 6060 973. Michael says, sounds like all the English are going to march to Wales about kettles. Of all the things to, particularly the Welsh. I mean, the English, yes, but the Welsh, definitely yes. For all the home items to say is not an essential product, kettles. Have you seen how much tea Welsh people drink? I heard some bloke on the news saying, oh yeah, well, they can boil in pots. Boil their water in pots, they can, for their tea. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. That's not how you make tea. any more than you make tea by putting it in the microwave. Pauline in Woking says, Nick, no one. The Council's Environment Agency, the police, no one. Dash. Nick, no one. Well, it doesn't make sense so far. Maybe it will if I just keep reading. Nick, no one. The Council's Environment Agency, police do anything about noise pollution anymore. Cars with souped up exhausts, engines that have had it, prob, no, not. Well, no is the answer. It doesn't make more sense if I read on. Cars with souped up exhausts, engines that have had it, prob, no, not. Whining scooters, motorbikes so bad I'd airgun their tyres if I could, and I would, then those useless leaf blowers drives me nuts, get no sleep because of it. What's this?
It made sense when I first read it. It doesn't make much sense, does it?
Not much sense on second reading, no. But I get it, yeah. Just the noise of other people. Motorbikes that make a noise like the earth being pulled apart. How can those people live with themselves? I just don't get it. You sit on a thing that makes a sound like a jet engine taking off, and that noise follows you wherever you go. You're sitting on a thing that makes more noise than an earthquake. And the thing is, everybody within a half a mile can hear you. Anybody that happens to be asleep, who works at night, for instance, like a nurse, for instance. If you're driving around during the day, everyone within half a mile is being upset by you. But as you're moving along, that half a mile is covering an enormous area. Huge. That's you upsetting thousands of people just so you can be loud. I think they should be dealt with in the strongest possible way. I really mean that. I think they should have their motorbikes crushed while they're sitting on it. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it?
No.
No, I think we're all in agreement. Mary in North Wales says, Hi Nick, my neighbour has a leaf blower and every morning he is using his leaf blower, sometimes at around 7:30 in the morning. I can't tell you what I'd like to do with his leaf blower, but it is truly obscene, says Mary in North Wales. Well, I admire your reserve, Mary. I'd want to push him through a pencil sharpener. This says, Hi Nick, as an Englishman in Wales, I can honestly say that Mark Drakeford, the Welsh First Minister, might look like the love child of John Major and Gordon Brown, but he instills a lot more confidence than Bozo the Clown, his troupe of merry minstrels. Well, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't what was this? Instill more confidence than, you know who?
Yeah. Wait.
Is there anybody? Goofy instills more confidence. Let's have a call in Bloomsbury. Hello, Sophia.
Bonsoir, comment allez-vous?
Yes.
Alan Salem, Kefa Halika.
What?
Anyway, I want to say the best thing that's happening this year in 2020, my birthday's on Fireworks Day. I've got a really great birthday.
Isn't your birthday always on Fireworks Day?
Absolutely.
Right.
This is what people find hard to believe, and I've got a comet around as well, Halley's Comet.
You mean it's always on and always on the same day, and people can't believe that it's always on the same day? You know, like it's a coincidence.
Yeah, exactly. They sort of hedge around about the point when I say this.
Right.
But in addition, they've got the comet, Halley's Comet returned as well, and bits of comet are falling down, and some people have managed to let off fireworks, though it's disapproved of, probably socially almost impossible, but there's
nobody's going to be able to go to a
bonfire night now.
Yeah, exactly. There's not going to be any
well,
we used to look at bonfires. We used to run from one side of the window, the flat to the other.
Yes, of course. That's what one does with a bonfire. One looks at it. Yes, but there's not going to be any municipal fire. That's the word I was looking for. Municipal. There's not going to be any organised fireworks display. So people are just going to go and buy them themselves and let them off. Oh my God, it's going to be
I can believe it, but it's great to see them up in Hampstead Heath that far away.
Is it?
Yes, but I do feel sorry for the wildlife, so I hope it doesn't go on too long, but they do tend to let it off after the actual date of the 5th of November.
Yeah, but about 2 weeks before and about 3 weeks afterwards.
Exactly, you're perfect on that. That's exactly about the right length of time for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, me and Eduardo... we got our photographs taken in our masks, in our face masks.
Who's Eduardo?
It's someone else who lives from Bloomsbury, from the Brunswick Centre, and we're trying to get it in the neighbourhood association. And as soon as we get
they won't let you for
No,
obvious reasons.
We say it. Exactly. No, that's not allowed either.
Yeah.
You can't have any progress whatsoever.
No.
I mean, what we've got is a fascist government. They want to take away any liberties they possibly manage and get things that they don't need because they're so well off themselves.
Yeah. What's that got to do with your residents' association not allowing you in?
Well, they just suddenly said, it's socially unacceptable.
Yeah. Are you?
Whole of Camden, but they didn't say that till we had something good to put on the photograph.
Well, that makes sense.
Yes, exactly. That's a typical of behaviour. CJ will be listening as well because he was hoping to get an improvement in what he's doing.
I was thinking the exact same thing myself.
Yeah. Anyway, you keep talking about our MP, and
PM.
Yeah, well, he's the leader of the Labour Party now. But
Who?
you keep Keith Salmon.
Oh, yes.
He keeps saying he had very lovely, great, very thick crop of black hair.
Yeah.
And me and my mate Barbara, we think it's probably because he came from Bangladesh in the first place, but we love him very much anyway.
Okay, well, you're making a lot of sense, as usual. There's his hair is the best thing about him.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
0345 6060 973. Thank you, Sophia. You have delighted us enough. Here's a call in Belfast. Hello, Tony.
Hiya, Nick.
Tony.
I heard you talking about the COVID there, earlier, and the difference that the Chinese done comparison to what the British done, I'm talking about Northern Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales.
Yeah.
They at night they went round the streets disinfecting them. Right? I have seen
went
them
round
in
the
town
streets.
walking along.
They disinfected the streets.
Yeah.
What would
if
they do
you
that
go look
for?
and look at the reports, you'll see them disinfecting the streets. They're in white masks, stuff.
Yeah. Do you mean the actual pavement, the tarmac? They would disinfect the tarmac. What for?
They were disinfecting all because people were walking along the streets and they were coughing and sneezing and spitting.
Yeah, but if you don't lick the street, then you won't get it on you.
Listen, you walk on it, you carry it on your shoes. It's like when the farmers had a foot and mouth disease, you couldn't have got into that farm unless you actually disinfected your feet.
Right. So that
it's
makes
the same
sense.
principle.
Well, yeah, I don't really see how people can get infected by what's on the bottom of their shoes.
When you take your shoes off, you put them down, you set them somewhere then. When you lift them off, you put your hand back down. Nobody knows how long this virus is staying on things. Sometimes they're saying 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. They don't really know. And then when they're having a lockdown, and then when you get out, the virus is still there.
Yeah, it's not because it's not because the Chinese were disinfecting the pavement. It's because they were rigorous with their test and trace, and actually had a plan which they executed perfectly.
That was also part of what they'd done. And you mean also they had public information films, but they're not having here. Yep.
Well, I don't know. The government has spent billions of pounds on public information films and adverts and all of the rest of it.
Yeah, but the not ones about. Well, I am actually a survivor of TB, right?
Yeah.
Now, years ago, it was coughs and sneezes, spread diseases, and all that. There was all on the thing. they're not showing things of people hide to wear a mask, because half of them aren't wearing the mask properly. They're down around their chins, they're underneath their noses, they're everywhere bar the proper place.
Yeah.
So there should be proper information films.
You don't really need an information film to tell you to wear a mask over your nose and your mouth.
There's some idiots out there.
If you're sitting there on your own on a train, for instance, and you're in a carriage on your own, then people will pull it so that they can breathe through their nose.
Yeah, but it also comes down your nose, and it's airborne. Right, this virus is airborne. It's not just, on everything. The virus itself, and it's been known, it's airborne.
Yeah, I know that.
So how you kill it is you disinfecting things, you keep the mask up at all times, and it's been proven the masks don't prevent you from breathing properly. I have asthma, and I wear a mask,
Well, it warms up. You see, it'll be all right in the winter because it warms up the front of your face. Nobody will mind if it's freezing cold outside because you'll have a warm face.
Well, that's true, But, there's a whole lot of things that they could be doing. I actually heard an advertisement for get a test before you leave in the airport.
Right.
I think it was at one of the English airports in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Why aren't they testing the people coming in 45 minutes?
Well, that makes sense, but nothing that makes sense is part of government policy. It's government policy not to make sense.
Yeah, another thing now, people who was coming in and were supposed to isolate and they weren't doing it, seeming to letting prisoners out, they put a clamp around their leg, why haven't they got the same sort of thing for maybe a hand, a risk? If you're meant to be isolating, they can track you. And if you are out of the house, they know you're out of the house.
Well, they probably pass it on to. They probably pass it on to one of those consultancy groups, and they'd lose you. You'd be lost down a wormhole of time. Well. Nobody would ever see you again. Anyway, Tony, I've got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. Here's that story. This is Professor Devi Sridhar, Chair of Global Public Health at the University of Edinburgh. He says, in April, cafes and restaurants opened in Vietnam, full of bustle and life. April, Vietnam, life. In July, 10,000 baseball fans attended a match in a stadium in Taiwan. That was July. 10,000 baseball fans, Taiwan. In August, thousands packed together for a music concert in Wuhan Maya Beach Water Park in China. And this month, rugby internationals were going ahead in New Zealand with stadiums at full capacity. Daily life within these places has largely returned to normal. Compared to other countries, they faced minimal economic damage. In fact, Taiwan never even had a lockdown, while lockdown measures in Vietnam, New Zealand and China were early, short and sharp. Nothing here about disinfecting the pavement, though. Out of a population of 1.4 billion people, China has only suffered 4,634 COVID-19 deaths. Vietnam, Taiwan and New Zealand together have had 67. What? Vietnam, Taiwan and New Zealand together have had 67 deaths. How are we doing, by the way?
Fabulous.
How are these countries keeping COVID-19 under control, their health services running and their economies and societies afloat, says Professor Devi Sridhar, Chair of Global Public Health at the University of Edinburgh. That's the question we should all be asking, he says. Instead, 7 months into this crisis, the UK remains stuck in an endless cycle of lockdown measures. Over the course of the past few months, the case numbers have gone up and down. During the summer, the UK appeared to have crushed the curve and brought its R number under control. But rather than replacing harsh lockdown measures with a functioning testing and tracing strategy, switching from quarantining the population to only quarantining those who have been exposed to the virus, the UK lifted restrictions without an effective fallback. Meanwhile, the government actively encouraged people to go abroad on holidays, meaning the virus was continually re-imported to the country, setting off new chains of infection from those people returning back to this country. For the government, the purpose of lockdown seemed to be simply that: lock the country down and hope the problem would go away. But lockdown itself doesn't fundamentally change the virus or its trajectory. It just buys us time, and as time went on, fatigue and anger set in. You bet your life it did. He says people started to equate suppressing the virus with staying at home and shutting businesses. The alarm bells began to ring. Could the cost of these measures be higher than the toll of the virus itself? I've been saying that over and over. He says, for the government, the purpose of lockdown... No, I've read that bit. He goes on to say, so what are the strategies to deal with coronavirus before an effective vaccine arrives? The answer cannot just be locking down continually, given the large economic and social costs that this involves. A recent Lancet peer-reviewed paper said, most important is a robust system for testing, tracing and isolating. How about that, Boris?
Contact tracing, forgive me, contact tracing.
No, it's beyond us. He says, a robust system where tests are returned within 24 hours. At least 80% of people's contacts are reached, and there is a high adherence to a rule of 14 days isolation for those exposed to the virus. Strong public health guidance on avoiding the virus at any age is needed, encouraging people to get outside as much as possible, avoid indoor crowded and poorly ventilated places, and to use face coverings and distancing wherever possible. And we need stricter border measures to prevent the virus from being re-imported, instead of our current system that is lax and poorly monitored. or just actually doesn't exist. He says the pandemic is still in its first or second chapter. Waiting for the virus to magically disappear, allowing it to run its course through society, or imposing continual lockdown measures without a clear strategy beyond waiting for a vaccine are all suboptimal choices that will damage our health and our economy and our society. At what stage will Britain look towards East Asia and the Pacific and say, we want what they've got? At what point will we learn from their playbook, suppressing the virus, opening up the economy, and regaining a semblance of normality in our lives? What chance have we got?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I'll mark that as a 0. Never mind, eh? What a way to run a country. Myro says, Nick, did you hear about Agent Orange and his lawyer in the new Borat film? Well, I heard what his lawyer did, yeah. It's exactly what you'd expect of him.
Disgusting.
Awful. James in Swindon said, I had a meltdown tonight collecting my pizza. I couldn't go into the shop. I had to stand in the rain and ring a bell to let them know that I was waiting. But it got wet and it didn't work. What, the bell, you mean? I waited ages getting soaked for a member of staff to walk by. Finally, they passed me my pizza through a slot in a plastic wall directly into a puddle of water on the table. Yes. This is our new life. Wet pizza.
Fabulous.
Here's a call in Coventry. Hello, Joan.
Hello, Nick.
Joan.
Hello there.
Hello there.
We're talking about Boris a few minutes ago.
Yes.
My son. Hello there.
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
No.
No?
Yes.
For my birthday tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Back 91 years old. Yes.
Oh, thank you. My son has sent me a card depicting the Union Jack.
Yeah.
And in the centre of it is Boris standing there with his thumbs up. I wondered what he was proud of.
Well, his thumbs are up what? It's not that kind of card, I understand. All right, well, I wish you all the best. Happy birthday, Joan.
Thank you.
Cheers, my dear. What a nice lady. 0345 6060 973. I can imagine what Boris's hands are up.
Yeah. Wait.
He stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum. Mm-hmm. Is that what they're calling it now?
Disgusting.
Jay in Staines says, evening, Nick. I was in Windsor today and a guy in a shop actually removed his mask so he could have a good cough, and then he replaced it. Utter dullards. They walk among us, says Jay. Yeah, you bet they do. Gwen tweets, Devi Sridhar is not a man, she is a woman, and a very wise one too, if you say so. Gosh, that was, did I say he? Well, that was just an assumption on my part. Isn't that dreadful? Devi Sridhar, Chair of Global Public Health at the University of Edinburgh. Can you check on that?
What's that?
Never mind. Nobody actually cares. Well, I mean, Devi Sridhar probably cares, but I'm not really that bothered. Let's have a call in. Who shall we go with next? Let's have Waterloo. Hello, Maria.
Hello, hi.
Maria.
How are you?
Great, mate.
No, you're not, are you? I'm a bit concerned about you.
Well, it's nothing to be concerned about. It's not. I'm not. This is not a mental illness problem. I'm not. It's nothing as exotic as that. I just had a freak out. That's all. I just couldn't stand it anymore.
Fair enough. Your producer's very jolly.
Yeah, he's not my producer. I'm my producer.
Oh, are you? Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Well, listen, I'll tell you why I phoned.
Yes.
You made me laugh. Although it takes so long for you to phone you back, I've forgotten one of my points.
Right.
But this other point is about you being the noise police.
Yes.
And my husband's got 3 scooters,
Oh.
2 of which are Lambrettas.
Oh.
And they're the ones that are the really noisy ones.
They have an engine that's pulled from a kitchen mixer. Why do they make such a noise?
They love it. And they go out in groups of like 20, 30, 40. And the smell of two-stroke is gorgeously overwhelming.
Hideous.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it just floats your brain for a bit. That's all.
Want to score some pot?
Yeah, it's a little bit druggy.
It might stop you being so grumpy.
Oh yeah, okay. You want me to sniff petrol now? No,
Yeah.
it's a no from me. Maria, make your husband take a less noisy form of transport, like a fast jet fighter would be less noisy than those things. I want you to remove his bedroom privileges until he complies. Will you do that for me?
Oh, well, I've got to say I love you. I love you.
Right. Well, thanks a lot, Maria. I like you in return. A little bit. Not a lot, but a bit. 0345 6060 973. I'm tripling security. Adrian in Chesterfield says, I've decided to give the Halloween celebrations a miss this year. After all, I've spent the last several months eating sweets and wearing a mask. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Top that. Halloween up to our eyeballs. What's this?
So you asked me to look up, was this Professor?
Yes.
What was the question?
Oh my God. Are you even listening to this show?
I'm Classic FM.
Professor Devi Sridhar, S-R-I-D-H-A-R.
Yeah, I've got her.
It's a her.
It's a her.
I mean, she's a her.
She's a her.
Right. There you are, you see? She's a her. I'm glad that we spent a lot of time figuring that out, because it's of no consequence whatsoever, apart from to Devi Sridhar, who does excellent work. I think you will agree.
Affirmative.
Jono in Pembrokeshire says leaf blowers. I'll take your leaf blower and raise you the karaoke neighbours. Oh. Lockdown parties in the garden, drunks taking it in turn, wailing into a microphone, ruining a song, and then perforating the neighbours' eardrums. I place Karamajoki wailers higher up the hate list than your leaf blower. Well, no, I disagree with that, because there's nothing nice about a leaf blower, but at least there's an actual song in the background. Says, I hope it keeps on raining. Don't worry, mate. I've taken out the earplugs and turned up my radio so I can listen to you. Through your earplugs. I hope you appreciate my efforts. No, I do not. But thanks for asking. Very, very polite.
Thank you.
We appreciate your politeness.
Be polite.
Here is New Malden, Ahmed.
Hello, Nick.
Ahmed.
As always, a great show and a fresh of breath here in these enduring times.
Thanks.
I just wanted to make a small comment about these joker of politicians who kind of keep coming up with update ideas to contain the coronavirus. I mean, what makes them think that these latest measures will, control the virus? Whereas over the last 7 months, nothing has worked because they just I don't think they really are serious in dealing with this virus, because what they should have done 7 months ago, they haven't done that, and it's too late. Too little, too late.
There's so many countries that have had a better result than almost every country on Earth. They could have just copied what they do. They could have copied Germany or Taiwan or well, not New Zealand exactly, because they're a bit special because they're so far away from anywhere else.
Japan, China,
yes,
Korea,
South Korea, precisely,
Malaysia,
or Sweden.
Yes, even Sweden. Yes.
Anybody else, but what we've done. But I think they're so suffused with confidence, born out of sailing through life on a perfumed cloud, because they've been given everything on a plate. They just assume that every little thing they do is magic, that no decision that they could make has ever come to bite them before, so why should anything in the future? They just assume that they are geniuses and they've got this. Well, guess what? No, they don't.
But they haven't even done the basics concerning in order to contain the virus. All these politicians, they're trying to do each other with coming up with half-baked ideas. Well, you do this, we're going to do that. I mean, with this, first they said, moonshot. I thought there was NASA was involved with that. And the second was this, what was it? Circuit breaker. Yeah. You need an electrician to do. You should hire electricians. And now, we got 3-tier system. Scotland says we got 5-tier system. They really need to pull all the stop and really get serious about it, because I
don't think that there is anybody home. I think they elevated themselves to a position of power by telling people a bunch of fantasy stories about how their life will get better, and then paid other companies, consultants, to run
millions of pounds
they paid consultants to run the country for them. That's what's happening. The government isn't actually governing at all. They're paying private companies to do the governing for them, while they sit back with their feet up and smoke a cigar and congratulate themselves on doing an excellent job. It's amazing what's going on here. Adam in Leeds says, talking of noise police, I recently moved and the couple next door make love so loudly I can hear them with my headphones on. Can hear them with my headphones on. It's putting me off my rice pudding, he says. The council won't do anything, and when I went around and asked them to keep it down, it just seemed to excite them even more.
Disgusting.
Coincidentally, on the podcast that I did with Carol McGiffin, we had somebody write with that exact scenario. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol?
Oh, right, yeah.
In which we try to solve people's problems while laughing like drains. If you want us to solve your problem, then send it to the following address, nickandcarol@global.com. That's NICKANDCAROL @global.com. And prepare to be completely satisfied.
Yeah.
It is a laugh. I think you will, if you like this, then you'll love that. Ask for it by name on an internet near you. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? Corby. Hello, Ron.
Hello.
Ron.
Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, I can hear you now. So the other chap said something. Then hello, how are you, Nick?
I'm great, mate.
Now, I just heard you mention people complaining about loud, sort of erotic noises.
Yeah.
Well, I must confess, when I was a teenager, I can't even speak. So, where I lived at the time, I experienced that, but I found it quite titillating, to be honest with you.
Right. Could you reconstruct that sentence without using the word titillating?
But no, but the point. The original. I spoke to your colleague. The point I was.
No colleague of mine.
Sorry, the chap on the phone, the other chap. But I had a question. I know everyone has these forthright opinions, but I had a question which my wife raised. She's originally from Estonia.
Yes.
But she works in the UK Health Service.
Right.
And she has done for 12 years. And she's been here for 15 years. But I've introduced her to various British delicacies, pork pies, etc. We're in the Midlands here where they make them. But she asked me a question which I don't really have an answer to, and I don't know if your listeners might know. She said, why, in UK, I think this refers to, why don't black people eat cheese sandwiches, which sounds like a bizarre notion.
Why don't fat people...
No, black people, that's what cheese...
Black people? Why don't black people eat cheese sandwiches?
As far as I'm aware, she bases this analysis on her colleagues, who obviously would be from various... numerous minorities and backgrounds.
Yeah.
But I've never noticed this. But I know you get a very diverse listenership, and I wonder if you could.
Do I ever?
If maybe one of your listeners could enlighten me on this. So it's something that didn't occur to me, but she's adamant. So
okay, well, I'll throw it out there, and we'll see if any cheese eaters can throw some light on this. Okay, thanks, excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. No one eats cheese sandwiches anymore, says you. What?
No one. I do. What, just cheese?
Of course not just cheese.
But I thought that was... Otherwise it'd be a cheese and ham sandwich, or a cheese and...
Well, nobody said... Yeah, but cheese and lettuce and mayonnaise and maybe some... what do you call those green tubes? Cucumbers.
Oh, cucumbers. Green tubes.
The green tubes. Green... Yeah, but you don't call it a cheese and lettuce and green tube and mayonnaise sandwich, do you? You just call it a cheese sandwich. You call the sandwich by its main ingredient, obviously. I've never heard anything like it in my life. What's that bloke talking about? Julia tweets, Paris to London by train, no temperature check, leaving or arriving. No information for non-English speakers. Yet, if you go to the Apple store, you need a queue. You need to queue to be checked in, and your temperature gets checked, and you're schooled in hygiene. Hygiene? Yeah, it's... I mean, how long is it going to take for us to do the simple things? There was a couple of articles about the amount of money that the government is spraying around its favourite people. And they're just... the figures are just incredible. This has to be the best time to stage a smash-and-grab raid on the nation's wealth than at any point in history outside of war. This latest news coming in, this anonymous message says, rubbish, I am black, Jamaican dad and Grenadian mum. Yes, we do eat cheese sandwiches. Well, I would think so. What's wrong with a cheese sandwich? On the other hand, Nigel says, I'm black and I hate cheese sandwiches. So there it is, proof positive. It's a yes, no.
Yes, no.
Anyway. Yeah, and one of them was in the Mail, and they just went on and on and on. It's absolutely incredible how much money they're throwing around. I don't have enough time in a brief 3-hour show to mention it all. But there's it's absolutely staggering the amount of money that is being it's like we've left the bank open and they're just helping themselves. And nobody seems to be remotely bothered by it. It's like we've got a test and trace app, an app that cost a tenth of the entire NHS budget, £10 billion, and it doesn't work. And is anybody really concerned about it? Nobody seems to be bothered. People should be in jail. £10 billion, and it's not that's not even the it of it. It's like I said, the government seems to have... they're not really in the business of governing. They're in the business of getting a consulting company to do the governing for them. That appears to be what's going on here. Accounts filed to Companies House show that one of the consulting companies have signed up to a deal that rates them as being paid £7,360 a day each. £7,360 a day each. I mean, can you imagine how bad it would be if we were actually employed by people who earned maybe £100 a day? These people are geniuses, and it's this bad. And it's just £100,000 here, and it's £10 million there, and it's £150 million to this one, and it's £1.5 billion over there, and it just goes on and on and on. And no one's really like a flicker of interest. It's incredible. Matthew Paris was another one. He was going on about this in the Times, pretty much saying exactly what I've just said, but in a more eloquent way. But they just keep throwing distraction bombs at us. Oh, you know, the Archbishop of wherever didn't get to sit in the House of Lords, and so we all concentrated on that for the day. Or they are insisting that children starve to death at Christmas, so we're all concentrating on that now. And we're just missing the big picture. Billions and billions and billions of pounds just being drained away. It's like it's not a government, it's a smash and grab raid. And all their fans can think about is, we just want Brexit. It's the gift that keeps on giving. The stuff that's happening it's just astonishing what they're getting away with. And will continue to get away with it while they keep promising sunny uplands. Because all they've got to do is persuade the same number of people that voted for them the first time, 4 out of 10, not the majority, 40%. That's all you need. And just as long as the rest of us are split between other parties. Paul says, correction, Nick, what you described as a cheese salad sandwich. I cannot... What's this?
I think they've broken the system with the number of cheese sandwiches messages. I've got cabbies messaging in saying they're eating cheese sandwiches as we speak.
Right. Now, is that just cheese? Because that's disgusting.
I don't know.
Although, if you go on the continent and you ask for a cheese sandwich, that's all you get. Just a piece, like a roll, with cheese in it. That's it. You don't even get butter. Just the cheese. And you chew that for a couple of 3 hours, and it just turns into concrete in your mouth. You can't swallow it. People are calling in to tell me as well, and then hanging up. What does that mean?
They call in, they tell me they eat cheese sandwiches, and before I can answer, they've hung up.
Well, thanks for the information. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very, very popular. Yeah, you know what was good? That stuff that came in a jar, which was minutely chopped up bits of vegetables. What was that stuff called? You remember that stuff?
Wait, what sort of vegetables?
Well, I've got absolutely no idea. Mystery vegetables. They're tiny, tiny bits of mystery vegetables chopped up in like a salad cream or something like that. What was that called? People used to have sandwiches of just that, which is like having a mayonnaise sandwich or a butter sandwich. Sandwich spread. Exactly. Yeah. I could do with a couple of pints of sandwich spread right now, as a matter of fact. I'll just lie down on the ground, close my eyes and open my mouth, and you can pour it in. Helen says, Britain reminds me of school, when the teacher leaves the room for much longer than expected, and when they come back, the kids are no longer reading their books, instead of just sitting in groups and chatting and listening to music and chucking things at each other. Yes. Except that the people that you just described are the government. We're the ones that left the room. Eamon says, just wondering why you praise Sweden for not locking down, but you don't give Trump any praise for opening up. If this country took Trump's view of COVID, it would be more like your beloved Sweden that you bang on about, says Eamon. Yeah, the big difference there is that Sweden actually had a plan and stuck to the plan. And it was a very good plan, and it's worked extremely well for them. Whereas Donald Trump, on the other hand, has absolutely no plan of any kind whatsoever.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
He has no strategy. That's not a plan. All he wants to do is get re-elected so he doesn't have to go to jail. That's not a plan for the nation's health. That's just a plan for Donny. And he's the only one that matters to Donny.
The one that matters is me. I'm the only one that matters.
Yeah. 0345 6060 973. William in Edinburgh says, I've never seen so much plastic in the shops since they banned plastic bags. What does that mean? Plastic what in the shops? Lisa says, on a note like this, she says, why don't white people eat ham sandwiches? Why don't white people eat ham sandwiches, says Lisa, based on my experiences at work where none of the white people eat ham sandwiches. Well, that's a good point, Lisa. And I'll just throw it out there and we'll see what we get. Here's a call in Eastbourne. Hello, Ange.
Hello,
Ange.
Nick.
Ange.
Hello.
Yes, Ange.
Yes, hello, Nick.
Yes, Ange.
I need some help.
Yes.
On Thursday, I was listening to a radio show, and the Prime Minister started to talk at 4 o'clock.
At 4 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And I thought, okay, let me have a listen to what he's got to say. And I was amazed that he actually said words that made my jaw drop, because I didn't know what he was saying.
What do you mean?
And I listened, and I even listened back, and I actually looked up, like, what was he saying?
Yes.
And his speech is on a government website.
Right.
He was talking about, some people think we should lock down, some people think we should open up. And let me just say these two sentences that he said.
Right.
So, that's why we are going for a balanced approach. A middle course between the scylla of another national lockdown and the Charybdis of an uncontrolled virus.
Oh, God.
Can you believe that?
He does love to shove his Etonian education down our throats at every opportunity, doesn't he? What is wrong with that man?
I know. And can you imagine if there was a war and we had to take directions and he gives these riddles out?
Yes.
Like,
I know, he'd be banging on about Greek gods and speaking half in Latin, just to remind us that he went to Eton. We know.
I couldn't believe it. And then he followed that sentence with a regional and local approach, the same approach that is now being followed by some of the countries that are the most successful in their fights against the virus.
Right.
What a load of tosh that we're doing that. What a load of tosh. Right. We have not got a plan.
You may say that.
This is absolute tosh.
I couldn't possibly comment.
It is tosh.
All right, well, thanks for the bad news, Ange. It just gets worse and worse. 0345 6060 973. There was this story in the Mail about hospital beds. They've been persuading us that we're all in great danger, that we're running out of hospital beds. But the truth might not be that simple. I'll come to that in a minute, because the stuff that's going on, you really have to keep your eyes peeled at all times. Pay attention, people. Let's have a call in Isleworth. Ravi.
Yes, good evening.
Ravi.
Firstly, Nick, don't put your clock back, otherwise you've got to stay 1 extra hour.
The clocks, that's tonight.
Don't do it, Nick, don't do it. Don't do it.
The clocks. No, I can't stand it. We're about, apart from anything else, we're about to be plunged into darkness for the next 6 months.
Look, Nick, we are a nation of tea drinkers. For me, the kettle is an essential item.
It is.
We drink 165 million cups of tea a day.
Yes.
Not to mention the coffee. So I don't know how they're going to enforce people in the supermarkets not sort of checking out the appliance aisle whilst they're getting milk and bread and tea bags. And
of all the things to say are not an essential product in this country, to say the kettle, I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's as though they're trying to troll us.
They're trying to troll you. I mean, people in Westminster in Parliament, they get their tea delivered.
Yes.
We have to make our own. And they still won't let us make our own, but they're happy to have theirs made for them.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely, this is an essential part of UK life, tea.
It is.
And this bizarre, I don't know how they pick these rules and regulations. I think they're just using Wales as a kind of experimental sort of lockdown to see whether, if they fail, not to continue across the UK.
I thought you were going to say, I think they're using Wales as a method of coming to a decision, as in WHALES. I mean, you know, they've tried asking everybody else. Why not start with mammals?
Absolutely. It's time for my cup of tea now, Nick. Now, you have a good evening.
Okay, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Malcolm texts, I'm not selling my leaf blower and you can't make me. Well, they should be illegal. Leaf blowers should be illegal. There's no good reason why anybody should have a leaf blower. What's the point? Get a rake out. Use a broom. Or they should be taxed, like 100% tax on a leaf blower. Anything that makes a noise. Scooters, motorbikes, what else? Well, that's a good start. Let's just start there. Anybody that owns one of those things has to pay the same again in tax. Smoothie makers. What?
Those things, you know, what they called again? Not whisks.
Blenders.
Blenders, that's it. I hate them.
Well, nobody can hear a blender apart from the people that are using them.
I can hear my neighbours.
Blimey. How close are you to your neighbours?
Probably too close.
Right, it's just like a thin piece of paper you're using as a wall. A smoothie maker. That's bizarre. I mean, how many smoothies do they make?
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
Smoothies, all that stuff.
Are you sure it's a smoothie and not a, you know, a device?
I'll ask.
Yeah, don't ask.
Warning!
Do not ask what that noise is, for fear of finding out. And then you'll be upset. But as a half Welsh person, I think that's absolutely blooming typical of the English. They put the toilets on the Welsh side. Isn't that awful? 0345 6060 973. What was the fella's name who said that Dido Harding deserves a well-earned break? I think he was being sarcastic. What's the bet if they get rid of her? She gets £1 million payoff. I bet she gets compensated up to her eyeballs. Let's say £2 million. Any advance on £2 million? I mean, she's been in the job for what, 6 minutes? That's got to be worth £10 million as a payoff, a compensation. She needs to be fully compensated. She'll get a new title and a funny badge. 0345 6060 973. Joe says, I've got slightly unrelated news for you. Kanye West just said on the Joe Rogan podcast that God hit him in the shower when asked why he wants to be the next USA president. God hit you in the shower area?
Disgusting.
Did he? What is it with these people that think that they think they're so important that God personally intervenes on their behalf? What is it with these people? Footballers are the same. They will personally thank God for intervening in a fixture to help them score a goal. Right, because that's what happens. God sat out the Holocaust, but he wants you to win against Manchester United, because that's really, really likely. So God spoke to you, did he, Kanye? Tell us more about it.
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop poop.
Exactly. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Thornton Heath. Hello, Sam.
Hello, Nick.
Sam.
I wanted to say about first about Halloween. They said Thornton Heath in Croydon are the most haunted places in Britain. Right. There's a house in Thornton Heath. Can
I just say I don't care.
All right.
There's no such thing as ghosts.
Well, I saw in the house I live in. I saw a woman in a black robe running the front room.
Don't care.
Anyway, there are other things, but there was a picture of me and it had an aura around me.
Yeah, don't care. An aura. Yeah, I think you mean booze. Yeah, I think that's the aura that you're talking about.
Booze.
Yeah, a little bit too much of that. Too much aura.
National lockdown.
I could do with a couple of pints of aura just listening to you.
there should be a national lockdown. You know why? Because people in the north are getting upset. Wales is getting upset. Just do the whole national lockdown for 2 weeks and shut all non-essential shops, because people are gathering in shopping centres now, and but if you can shut non-essential shops, then that means everybody will be rushing to supermarkets, filling their trolleys up very high. So I think they really need to, there's so much stuff anyway, it's not going to go anywhere, so a national lockdown would help. Then people won't be upset in the north or
Are
Wales.
you kidding me? Everybody would be upset. You mean you just spread the upset about?
Well, it's time. This is a time of year to hibernate.
Well,
Enjoy
that's true.
being in the house.
Yeah.
People have been out all summer, haven't they? They've been going to the seaside, to the park.
Mhm.
They've been going out loads of places.
Yeah.
And the thing is, COVID likes crowds. That's the thing. It likes crowds. So where there are crowds, there'll be COVID. So, and the buses are getting full again in Croydon. And I thought, gosh, this bus is getting full again. And so buses, and now COVID is competing with all the other viruses.
Yeah,
The
just wait till a
virus.
serious one comes around the corner, something that takes out 30% of the people that get infected. Then we'll really have something to worry about.
Yes, and so I thought
We'll be dreaming about
the end of the world.
Yeah, we'll be dreaming about the good old days when all we had to worry about was COVID-19. It'd be like a picnic compared to what's coming, I bet you.
So it'll be like a flu virus. It'll hang around for years, do you think?
I've got absolutely no idea. What do I know? All I know is what's on the... I'm like Donald Trump.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Yes, I'm not a medical professional.
I'm not a doctor.
Not a medical professional.
I know nothing.
Just like Donny.
When he speaks, he just makes you laugh.
Well, he used
the
to.
way he speaks.
Yeah, he used to make me laugh. Now,
Do you think
now he
he's
just makes
gonna-
me concerned. First I was afraid, now I'm petrified. Anyway, I wish you all the best, Sam. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Anybody have any idea what that was about?
No.
Rick in Folkestone says the best thing to do to stop a leaf blower is to wait until they finish and then go into the house and get the biggest hammer you have and smash it to pieces. Don't do anything illegal, Rick. Hey, Ricky, you finally blow my mind. Hey, Ricky. Jack says, shouldn't you have told that chap that you don't have to buy a kettle every time that you want a cup of tea? That's right. That is a good point. You don't need a new kettle every time you buy a cup of tea. Conserve! Ron says, how about the noise of a light aircraft droning on for hour after hours? It plods along the countryside's skyline. The countryside skyline? What are you talking about? A light aircraft? They don't stick around, they leave. They go over and go somewhere else. I don't mind a prop plane at all. They sound great. A propeller plane is a wonderful sounding thing. It sounds alive. It sounds organic. But a jet engine, on the other hand, which is pretty much what a leaf blower is, they sound terrible. It's like a noise from hell. Awful. This text says, I just thought you'd like to know, we've just had a lovely day in Glasgow. No rain, lots of sun and very comfortable temperatures. The BBC weather forecast must be done by the Conservative Party because it's rubbish. Well, I'll just check. One moment, please. Not that I'm, calling you a liar or anything. Liar! But, okay, one moment, please. Glasgow. Well, there's no rain at the moment, right enough. But it will be raining tomorrow and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Thursday and... raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining on Saturday and raining on Sunday. And then raining next Monday and then Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. So this was your sunny day. It will in fact now be raining every day for the rest of your life. Just thought you'd like to know. This one says, why don't kettles eat cheese sandwiches? And now we've done a full circle. 0345 6060 973. Bridlington. Hello, Brian.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
That was a great show. Listen, I remember you just saying there about people are getting more and more bossy, and I've just noticed that librarians, people in shops, people just bossing you about.
Everyone that's got a name tag has been promoted to the rank of Oberfuhrer.
Oberfuhrer, something Fuhrer on
something like that, yeah.
Because they always say that, it's going to be the government that's going to bring all these draconian measures in. I think it's just going to be ordinary people doing it themselves.
Well, they're giving people authority, and it's going to their heads.
It is, yeah. It's incredible. Librarians, people who, only 6 months ago were very civilised and gentle and genteel.
Yeah.
Are suddenly turned into these, incredibly...
officious.
Yeah. Absolutely. The world's going to be taken over by them, I'm sure they are, yeah.
Everyone's a head prefect now.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And where's it getting us? Absolutely nowhere.
And they act like the people on planes. You can't disagree with them because it's government regulations. They just seem to be full of the fury of somebody in power whose power is not being what's the word? It's not being recognised, and I can't think what the word is. Anyway, I'm going nowhere with that. Anyway, it's just too annoying. It really is.
Yeah, and they always have a scowl on the face and folded arms. That's the two things as well as a name tag. That's the things to look out for.
Well, maybe it's just you, Brian. If everywhere you go, people have got a scowl on their face and they've got their arms folded, maybe it's just you. It's possible.
It could be, but I think you might be right, actually. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Try and brighten up. Do your bit. 0345 6060 973. Lynn in Banstead says, stick your head out of my bedroom window and tell me I don't need a leaf blower. My garden is buried under a ton of soggy leaves. The leaf blower is a godsend. No, Lynn, a leaf blower is no good with soggy leaves. You don't need a leaf blower. Get yourself a blooming rake, Lynn. God, these people with a leaf blower, and it takes them twice as long with a leaf blower as it would with a rake. Just use a bit of elbow grease, for crying out loud. Everybody wants a machine to do things that we used to do by hand. A rake makes no sound, zero noise. Pauline in Woking says, how come Dido would get paid for failure, same as many at the top, when the rest of us would get the sack and nothing? Looking after their cronies again, as usual, who bung them donations. Arrogant and out of type, says Pauline in Woking. This says, I can hear my neighbour's blender and their microwave. My other neighbour told me they want to put their washing machine in their back garden near my kitchen window. Why would you put your washing machine in the garden, I ask you, says that person. That doesn't seem like a very good idea. In fact, it seems like a very bad idea. And Kath in North Wales says, I live in North Wales. Yeah, I know that. Says, I live in North Wales, a 15-minute drive from the English border. I think the lockdown may spread the virus more. If you're the type of person to follow rules, you already are. If you're not, then imposing more rules won't make a difference. Instead of staying in Wales, people round here will just go over the English border to Broughton Retail... We'll go over the English border to Broughton Retail Park, Chester and Cheshire Oaks to eat out, have a drink, go to the cinema and Christmas shopping, etc. Areas with higher infection rates than Wales, so potentially bringing COVID from England into Wales because they can't do anything in Wales anymore. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I mean, what you're saying makes sense. Not what they've done to Wales makes makes no sense to me. But what you're saying makes sense, Kath. Maybe you should be running the country. Think about it. You could start first thing Monday morning. What do you say? Beverly, hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, you were talking about the government throwing millions of pounds to their mates this way and that way.
Not millions, billions.
Billions. Yeah, did you notice that they'd advertised for a consultant at £2,000 a day who had to have a record of correcting failing call centres. So we're already paying Dado 157 grand a year to set up call centres, and then we bring in the consultants at £2,000 a day to either correct her, educate her, or take over from her. So where do we go?
Well, these are consultants that will come in to correct the work of the original consultants that are probably still gifting us this catastrophe that we are suffering through at the moment. The government doesn't appear to be doing anything itself at all, other than just writing blank cheques to consultants who are doing the job of the government. It's incredible what's happening.
But think back to Tuesday, was it, that he stood there and said, no, we started this from scratch and we've got a brilliant system and haven't we achieved wonderfully? 2 days later, they're advertising for somebody with a record in putting straight, failing call centres.
Right.
It's absolutely amazing.
It is amazing, yes. Just, and I'll say it again, this government is guided by the principle, what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would tell you that everything is fantastic and nobody ever saw such a fantastic result. Believe me, I've done tremendously well. Despite what you're looking at, is everything is on fire and sinking. But he's telling you he's done a great job. That's what it is. I think they call it gaslighting, don't they?
Or on the other hand, is this another case of Boris recruiting a female and then rejecting her when he no longer wants her if he's going to get rid of Dido?
Right, okay. You may think that, Mike. I couldn't possibly comment. But there doesn't seem to be a strategy, just like Donny.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Yeah, and every single little thing costs
$8,737,540,000.
Yeah, everything costs that. You want a cup of tea?
$8,737,540,000.
Yeah, that's what it costs. Whatever you want, it costs
$8,737,540,000.
Yeah. But that's okay because we've got no end of money. It is staggering what's going on. David in Cleethorpes says, I mean, it should be, every newspaper in the land should be yelling it from their front pages every day, how much the government is spending on asking people to do their job for them. I mean, if they're so inept, why did we vote for them in the first place? We should have just voted for Serco. Kelly in Watford says, people who use leaf blowers don't pick up after themselves. They just blow the leaves off their property and then down the road a little bit, and it's no longer their problem. Yeah, maybe. They should be against the law. I really mean that. There's absolutely no reason why anybody needs a leaf blower. Particularly, I mean, if you come in late, I did my nut at the beginning of the programme about my experience in, it was Savile Gardens, which is one of Her Majesty's gardens, and I bet they don't have a leaf blower going when Her Majesty pops in for a visit. I bet they shut that leaf blower right up when the Queen comes along, pops her head around the corner for a quick shufty. Billy in Epsom says, leaf blower, motorbikes, blenders, hair dryers, washing machines. If you get it in order, you get extra points. What, for the noisiest things?
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Yeah, extra points by getting it in order. Leaf blowers are the worst. I mean, a motorbike will will be incredibly annoying for about 5 minutes while they wake up everybody in a half hour, in a half-mile distance from where they're travelling, which, of course, over the period of their entire journey will probably number in the hundreds of thousands. But a leaf blower, they just stay there. Some moron standing over a leaf trying to blow it 3 feet off a path. Painful. Shane in Tadcaster, I've really done my throat in, I shouldn't have done that. Shane in Tadcaster says, Nick, will the Test and Trace app be able to handle the clocks going back? No, it'll probably explode on your phone. I can't believe that it's that time of the year already. Hasn't it crept up so quick? It's almost November. It's practically Jesus' birthday already. It's happening too fast. It really is. It's like time's speeding up. Still, I think I've had enough of this year. Let's see what the next one's like. Oldbury. Hello, Ranjit.
Hiya, Nick. You okay?
Yeah, good, thanks.
You know the way you make that sound of that leaf blower?
Yeah.
You know, the first time you done it, I thought, hang on, what's he doing? Is it a baby crying? You went somewhere and you say, yeah.
That's exactly what they sound like. Painful.
Yeah, you know what it is? You know, jumped up prefects, yeah?
Yeah.
Have always annoyed me. Always. And I reckon that when these jumped up prefects get together, they have a look how big their leaf blower is and they compare them. I mean, you know, 20, 30 years ago, leaves still left the trees, didn't they? And people just picked them up.
I think so, yeah.
So, what's the point of them? You know, you're going to, I mean, I don't want to talk about my neighbours because they're very nice people.
Are they? Are they really? Are they?
They are. I've got lovely neighbours. And actually, I want to talk about, just to get to my main point, one of your number one fans from Southend-on-Sea, called Myra, contacted me and says she loves the banter that you and I have, so I want to say hello to her. Hello, Myra.
Yeah.
Okay. About these, these things which are essential things, who actually decides what's essential?
Come on. I don't know. It seems to me like they just made it up on the spot.
So you're in a shop, you can pick up your loaf of bread.
Yeah.
And in the next aisle, you can't pick up a pair of pants.
Right.
Okay. So
you'd think that pants would be an essential item.
That's what I'm trying to say to you, right? So, okay, I can understand about blanket, because if your blanket is torn, you can still get a couple of more days out of it.
Right.
But maybe your pants, or maybe that's the wrong analogy I'm using.
Yes.
These people who, I mean, even Donald Trump is a jumped-up prefect, in my opinion, because he failed at everything else, right? And suddenly he's got the top job, and now he's losing grip of it, and he's blaming everybody else.
Always.
So, and you know when you always say we can blame Jeremy Corbyn for this?
Well, I don't, as a joke I said, I don't actually...
As a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if he didn't attack all these rich billionaires that are raping this country every day, like Amazon and other companies, he would have got elected.
Yeah, well, I don't think Amazon is raping the country. I think you may have stretched it. You may have gone a little bit far there. Yeah, but if Jeremy Corbyn hadn't said right at the beginning that he was going to investigate the concentration of ownership of news outlets in among a few offshore billionaires who don't even live here, then he would not have been subject to the greatest campaign of opprobrium that this country has ever seen. Yeah, he would have been spared that. But as he was, his premiership would have endangered their bottom line. They had a collective freak out. The offshore billionaire right-wing news outlet owners, and they levelled their cannon at him, and they just did not stop pounding him until they persuaded the British people that he was the devil incarnate. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, you've hit the nail on the head there. If he hadn't attacked those people, who... I mean, this was going on probably 30 or 40 years ago, in the clothing industry, where you can get stuff made in China, whatever you want, and then you bring it back into this country and have 2 buttons put on it and a label. That means you can put on there made in Britain. And all you do is all the profits are siphoned back to another country, And that's where Jeremy Corbyn, and you can blame him now, not in a round. Why don't you ban newspapers tomorrow morning? Because they're not essential, are they?
Are newspapers essential? I guess not. The physical product isn't essential, no. But yes, they are essential for the benefit of the people. I mean, we have pretty good newspapers in this country, and we have a lot of them. You don't have to get your news from just one source. Get your news from several different sources. Pick up a newspaper that has an opinion that doesn't necessarily coincide with your own. Expand your mind. Relax your mind and float downstream. But Mark says, will bats be banned from Halloween, considering that they started the virus? Just a thought. It's an excellent thought, Matt. Yeah, thanks a lot, bats. This says, Nick, what are your thoughts on snowblowers? Should one use them or stick with shovels to deal with snow? Well, I don't know anything about snowblower. If it makes it sound like a leaf blower, then they should be banned just like them. Shovel it. And this says, I had no idea I was going to say that. This says, Nick, you better have it out with Steve Allen. He has a leaf blower. Oh, my God. A leaf blower, Steve. No! Sort yourself out. You're not helping. Portsmouth. Hello, Harry.
Oh, yes, hello. Good evening, Nick. I don't know whether it's been drawn to your attention with this clocks going back.
Yeah.
But, of course, it's going to be dark tomorrow.
What?
Tomorrow it's going to be darker earlier, isn't it?
Yes.
And people are going to come in out of the cold an hour earlier.
Perhaps.
Which means there's more chance for the virus to spread around their homes.
That's right.
Now, when they change the bank holidays, you know, when there's a special royal wedding or something,
yeah,
they put an extra bank holiday in. They could have easily stopped the clocks going back.
Correct. Yes, I've been bellyaching about this for I can't remember how long. Every single year at this point, I usually do an entire show moaning and whining and complaining about the clocks going back.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
To absolutely no effect whatsoever. The entire country doesn't want the clocks to go back. We don't want it to get dark at 4:30 in the blooming afternoon. Of course we don't. Nobody wants that. And yet they continue foisting it upon us.
Yeah, I've got some good news for you, actually.
You do?
Yes, you know, this clocks going back business, the Europe is looking into abolishing the change of clocks in Europe.
Yeah, I know they are. Yeah, but that's great, but we're leaving Europe.
But they got a Swedish chap in charge of the committee. Sweden.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make any difference to us, because we're leaving Europe to bob about on the sea on our own, at the mercy of you-know-who.
Oh, well, I'll try for the leaf blower. Can I try for the leaf blower?
Can you try for it? Well, you try and win it,
you know, if you're not happy with the clock, the good news on the clock.
Go on, then.
You want a good use for a leaf blower? When I was a night porter at a hotel 25 years back, we used to have weddings, and the reception would end the night with piles of litter and stuff all over the floor.
Yeah.
And because we had an electric-powered leaf blower in the hotel for blowing leaves outside...
Yes.
It sped the job up, because what you did was all that litter from this, you know, this reception, you just stood at one end of the room and blew everything down to the other end. And then you could pick it all up in one, you know, sort of one go.
Right. Well, I don't object to that, because it's inside, where the noise is contained.
And on the noises, I reckon the old hovercraft that they used to run from the Isle of Wight, when it was gas turbine powered, that was really noisy.
Incredibly loud, yeah, I agree. And the worst form of transport I've ever been on, I definitely thought I was going to throw up. I didn't think I was going to arrive alive. We went from Dover to Calais. Going on the ferry is just fine. The ferry's fine. I like the ferry, but the hovercraft, although it gets you there toot sweet, it's I thought I was definitely going to throw up on that thing.
Yeah, I've never been on it. They got one of the old ones at Leon Solent. They've kept them, you know, they sort of a museum type thing. They're trying to keep it forever, so you can go on it while it's on land instead of on the sea.
Yeah, but they should just switch it off and leave it where it is. Better.
Yeah. Because that would make a racket if they ever got that running again.
Exactly.
But, you were talking about Wazzicks in the wet.
What?
These people, when you were sort of cruising along in your motorboat through Vauxhall or whatever.
Yeah, right.
I had a silly moment about 14 years back. I was coming along the M40 away from the M25, and where you drop down from the Chiltern Hills near Stoken Church, it had been raining all round the Chilterns, absolute downpour. But as you dropped down, the sun had come out and you could see blue skies everywhere.
Right.
But because the lorry in front of me was churning up loads of spray, I didn't want to sit there. I wanted to overtake. But I couldn't overtake because all these Wazzicks in their cars were driving along, and all they could see was this wet rain in front of them. But they didn't clock that there wasn't any rain, real rain, because the sky was blue and there weren't any clouds.
Right.
They just spent mile after mile. Eventually, I found a gap, pulled out, got ahead of the lorry, and the spray was gone. But these Wazzicks were going to continually drive.
Well, that's the problem with Wazzicks. All right, thanks a lot, Harry. Get me a dictionary. I'm going to have to look up something beginning with W, just to make sure I haven't made a big mistake. Huge. Frank says, we are now in the mad position where China looks like a beacon of freedom. And don't argue or you will be stopped on the English, Scottish, Welsh or Kent borders. I went to East Germany in the 1980s and it was more fun than this. Yes. That's where we're going. Have you seen that they've repurposed traffic cameras now to point at pavements to make sure that we are obeying the regulations? You didn't tell anybody about it, of course, but one of the newspapers found out. They're pointing at us now and collecting our, making sure that we're standing the prescribed distance apart from each other. It's like we're living in some sort of dystopian sci-fi film. Paul says, would the regulations have allowed you to bring your own coffee in a flask? Worth a try next time, maybe. I hate leaf blowers too. I'm not going to take my coffee, a flask of coffee to a park, for crying out loud. I mean, I'm perfectly willing to support a park by buying coffee there. Happy to do it, as long as they don't. It doesn't come with a book full of rules and regulations about where you can stand and for how long and how many people you can stand with, and oh God, it just goes on and on and on. Painful. It is actually painful. I can't take it anymore. Let's have Wanstead. Hello, Sophie.
Hey Nick, how are you?
Super, thanks for asking.
You've kept me sane these past 3 weeks, honestly. Yeah, it's been a difficult 3 weeks. I've flooded the bathroom. I haven't been well. The water problem with Thames Water, I was one of the people affected.
Yeah.
So it's been a chaotic 3 weeks.
Oh, Rick, tell me more.
Stop whining.
Now, I was going to, there are so many things to talk about today. So I picked three.
Three? Well, let's see how the first one goes, shall we?
Well, the nice man before me managed to talk about 10 very well, so very succinct. So the first one, our friend Trump. If you want to know what's wrong with this man, all you need to do is watch the aborted 60-minute interview. And she just asked him, she just made a simple statement, are you ready for the tough questions?
Yes.
And I've realised actually what his modus operandi is. He takes everything as a personal slight.
Yeah, unless you are a fan of his, then he hates you and he wants to, if he could shoot you,
annihilate
he would do it. Yeah.
Annihilate you.
He wants to smash you into the ground because he's been looking for love his entire life because Daddy only gave him money.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
He made $425 million when his daddy gave him the cash, and then he blew it all because he's an abysmal business person.
Completely, and he thinks of everything. He views it as a criticism of his ego, his masculinity, his business acumen.
He's the worst possible person to be running a country, to be running anything. Nothing should be run by a person like that at all, apart from a bath.
Exactly, and I have bad news for your listeners and you, because there's a full moon on Saturday, and apparently Nostradamus predicted Trump coming into power. I've mentioned this before, and he calls him a false trumpet with concealed madness.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing. Well, he got that wrong, didn't he? There's nothing concealed about it, unless you're talking about his concealer.
Exactly. Now, my other two, God Help America on the 3rd of November. I just hope and pray.
I don't think God's going to intervene.
But the other two, one about the Caribbean people and one about clothes. Now, the thing that doesn't make sense to me is it's nonsensical to say we're going to cordon off the clothes section in supermarkets, because those clothes are complete. People wouldn't buy those clothes in place of going to other clothes shops, because you buy them for a specific reason, obviously, but the supermarket clothes are supermarket clothes.
Well, that's a very good point. The supermarket clothes are supermarket clothes. I couldn't have put that better myself. That is actually true. Yeah.
It's not a clothes outlet. It's not Monsoon or H&M or Zara or. You wouldn't buy.
You can imagine that it made sense after thinking about it for 10 seconds. They thought, well, we'll have to close your high street stores, so we don't want the major supermarket chains to hoover up all that extra business while the small shops are closed. But if they just thought about it for another 2 seconds, they'd realise that what people are going to do is just go home and order everything on Amazon.
Exactly, and whoever's deemed that kettles were not an essential item is a moron. Because if there's a nuclear war, as long as you've got tea bags, milk, butter, jam and bread, you'll be fine.
Exactly.
So kettles are an absolute essential item.
I mean, you can only think that a kettle in this country is not an essential item if you've never met a British person.
Exactly. And I haven't been well, like I said, these past 2 or 3 weeks. Right. And as long as I had the tea bags, I was fine. Tea bags and milk, I couldn't stomach
It's our favourite drug. It's the thing we like the most.
Exactly. Everything's better after a cup of tea.
It is.
But the thing about Caribbean people, Nick, that some people may not. I have quite a few friends from the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Now, they always say 2 things. Number one, dairy products tend not to agree with them, or maybe it's just my friends from the Caribbean. That's why they don't eat cheese sandwiches.
Really?
But the other main reason is because they forfeit the boring cheese sandwich for their lovely peas and rice, saltfish.
Yeah, but you can't have a peas and rice sandwich.
No, but they'd rather eat that than the boring sandwich, wouldn't they? And plantain, and obviously African people, jollof rice.
Yeah.
So given the choice...
But none of that goes in 2 slices of bread, though. I mean, what kind of a sandwich do they like? Huh?
And I disagree with your cheese sandwich theory.
What?
A cheese sandwich is not a cheese sandwich. It's not a cheese... So you have Ploughman's cheese sandwich.
Yeah.
Which is what you said, tomato, lettuce.
But it's a cheese... If you go into a sandwich shop and they've got 1 tuna, 1 egg and 1 cheese, regardless of whatever else they've got in there, you'll say to whoever you went in there, which do you want? You want a cheese or an egg or a ham? You won't say do you want a cheese sandwich with lettuce and pickle and cucumber and all the rest of it? You just say cheese.
No, one of our great British retailers that has the green livery, I won't say anything else.
Yeah.
There's a Wensleydale one, there's a cheese and onion one.
No, just cheese.
No.
Yes. When you say no, you actually mean yes, don't you?
No.
You're a very disagreeable person.
Say that to a Brexiteer, Nick.
Yeah, and they'll say...
No.
Lisa says, hey, Nick, it's my 48th birthday today. Can I please have the birthday jingle? Thanks, Lisa. No. No, you can't, Lisa. Peter in Croydon says, you've never been more wrong in your life about Trump. Trump is the best answer for the USA. Stop believing what CNN says. Yeah, well, I take that and I raise you. Stop reading Donald Trump's Twitter feed.
I love the poorly educated.
Mike says, if only we could put the clock back to January and stop that person eating a bat in Outer Batonia or wherever it was. Yeah, I think that person was Gwyneth Paltrow. You know, if Gwyneth Paltrow had just stuck to having a cheese sandwich instead of ordering the bat surprise, then we wouldn't be going through this. Thanks a lot, Gwyneth Paltrow. See what you've done? Edgware, David.
Hi, Nick. You're my hero, especially when you mention leaf blowers. But just before that, I was just going to say I coughed so much not many years ago that I ended up with a hernia, and that wasn't COVID-19.
Right.
However, about leaf blowers, yeah, people round in my way, every day I have to listen to the leaf blowers going off at high volume.
Morons.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems to me they turn up because they all employ gardeners.
Oh, yeah.
They turn up, they put the leaf blower on, then they go in the back garden, do whatever they do, and blow the leaves out from there. So eventually they're doing it twice. They're just doing it to take up time. They have their hour slot. They will take up an hour, blowing nothing.
Yes.
Or they blow the leaves into the road, and then they blow into my drive, which is a bit annoying. And, yeah,
they should be
crazy.
Against the law, those
it should
things.
Be. Yeah, I'm going to get
a campaign, yeah.
Is to get a noise meter that takes decibel readings,
Right.
because I believe
And
they
then,
are...
then hit the person on the head with it. No, don't do
Absolutely.
that. Against the law. But anyway, it should be illegal, those things. All right, thanks a lot, David. 0345 6060 973. Kai tweets, I'm Asian and I love me a cheese toasty. Gooey. Paul tweets, Camel are an excellent band, still touring. You'll like them, I reckon. Thank me later. No, I'll thank you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were talking about Camel last... Well, we weren't talking about it, but we were mentioning it in passing. Camel, the band.
Rock and roll!
Let's have... See if I can squeeze this one in. Tottenham, Saul.
Hello, Nick. Thanks for taking my call. I'm enjoying the show.
Thanks.
And all that jazz. I just thought I'd ring in because obviously there's the police dispersing the anti-lockdown protests, and they were saying that, you know, they were breaking the guidelines of COVID-19 and everyone has to socially distance.
Yes.
But
they were outside.
Yeah, but it's, you know, obviously, of course, it's all absurd. But it's just irked me because, you know, you can't protest really if you keep 2 metres apart or 1.5 metres, I don't know what it is, in London streets. And you can't protest against these restrictions, and we need to be able to protest.
Well, yes.
If we're not liking it. And
we need to be able to protest, otherwise we live in a fascist dictatorship.
Well, I didn't want to say it, but it literally feels a bit like... I actually even started Googling what fascism meant. I couldn't believe it. I mean, and then you know, I've suffered, sadly, I've suffered a bereavement in the family. And no government is going to tell me that I can't get together with my mum and my father, be together.
You know, Oxford Street...
family bereavement. And if I have to protest by breaking the law, which I'm sure a lot of other people do it, at what point is enough?
Right, well, enough. Yeah, enough's enough. All right, okay, but yeah. I'm sorry that we're ending like this, but Oxford Street was trending on Twitter, and I looked at, not really knowing at the time what was going on, so I checked out what was happening, and it was about this march, and people were marching for I don't know. I imagine there were various people with placards there, and some of whom were banging on about 5G and, you know, crazy curly-haired theories like that. But many of them were just, upset about the way that we're having to live our life at the moment for no apparent good reason whatsoever, as far as the results are concerned. You know, we have some of the worst results on Earth, and yet we're still being forced to follow the leader. And so I checked down the what was trending on Twitter, and I looked at some of the responses to the people who were protesting in Oxford Street. My God, it was absolutely frightening. It was just one thing after another. People were saying, well, these people, we should tattoo their foreheads so we can tell who they are. And we should spray indelible paint on the back of their heads so if they ever show up for hospital treatment for anything, then we can refuse it to them. The police should be arresting all of them. They should be sent to a camp for re-education. I'm reading this. My mouth is on the floor. My jaw open, dribbling. I mean, what does that remind you of, people? My God, it's never mind about a country full of head prefects. It's much worse than that. And it happens so quickly. We need to get a grip. We're going down a very dark path here. Let's go towards the light. What do you say?